Hoops. You're watching HBCU GO basketball presented by Procter & Gamble. Albany State makes the 68-mile drive north to take on their hated rival from the state of Georgia, Fort Valley State. The two teams getting ready to meet in the Health and Physical Education Complex. Hello, family. I'm James Hadnot. With me is the former Hartford Hawk, Lawrencia Moten. Todd Bozeman is on our sidelines. Both of these teams have struggled up to this point in conference and are hoping to turn the page and shock some teams when they get into the SIAC tournament. Lawrencia, Fort Valley State has a lightning rod who does a lot of shocking in Anaya Allen.
Yes, James, and listen, this is a rivalry game, so it's personal, so records really go out the door. But for Anaya Allen, it's all about keeping her emotions in check. Coach says that she is the emotional leader, and the team feeds off her energy. Now, the last time these two teams played each other, her team came away with the win, but she was held to just 9 points, so this game is a redemption game for her.
Yeah, Fort Valley State did have a close win versus Albany State, but Kira Peterson was the reason why the Golden Rams were even in that contest.
Yeah, James, listen, Kira Peterson was a problem for the Wildcats in their last matchup. She had 20 points and 11 rebounds, leading all players in those categories, but turnovers have been an issue for her this entire season. So I firmly believe if she can control the ball, she could dominate again and, come up with a different outcome.
Yeah, she has 8 double-doubles on this season. She's a problem for any team that she plays, and she's hoping to be a problem today against Fort Valley State. The matchup between the two teams from about an hour away is next on HBCU GO.
We bringing it live, we bringing it fresh. This is how we do sports. This ain't just sports, it's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Swiffer, mop and bucket clean in half the time.
Swiffer, mop and bucket clean in half the time. This is how we HBCU.
Hey, Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan, worth $6.2 million.
What? Well, that's a $6.2 million banana. Are you kidding? We need to find you another banana. Bananas.
Gentlemen,
What a place you have.
who eats art?
I think you're supposed to say, hey, Meta. Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say, Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer. Find the things you love.
It's how you do it.
Welcome to your Walmart.
Any questions?
How did you become the Capital One Bank guy?
You mind? I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
How do I get your job?
Hard work,
I
dedication.
meant the Capital One Bank guy.
It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication.
What's been the highlight of your career?
And that'd have to be
Bank guy.
Helping people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Aren't you in the Hall of Fame?
And didn't you live in space?
What's in your wallet?
When you go to school, look for someone that uses Charmin. They know value when they see it.
Okay, Ma.
And never, ever date anyone who uses One-Ply.
Why not?
Because if they don't love themselves, they can't love you.
Charmin, this is how we HBCU.
About a minute to tip here between Fort Valley State and Albany State. It's spring homecoming on the campus of Fort Valley State. As we take a look now at the Tampax starting lineups. Tampax up to 100% leak-free protection. Kendall Davis, a freshman for Albany State, is going to be key. She's coming off a big game last time out.
Yeah, that's so right. And listen, I mentioned it earlier on. This is a rivalry game, so quite honestly, records do not matter. It's about who steps up tonight.
Yeah, Davis, she had 17 points, a career high in the last time out. You take a look at Doug Robertson, who is going to be putting together a game plan to stop both her and Kira Peterson. And he's in his 3rd season, and he talked to us on the call earlier this week about how this is a young team for Fort Valley State, and they have the growing pains, and they're still trying to really put together some things late in the season.
Yeah, Coach Robertson, a very seasoned coach in college basketball. He had stints at multiple locations, and I asked him, what's so different about this team in comparison to teams that you've coached in the past? And he said, they're young, but they are hungry, and so I'm excited to see what they can do today.
And Coach Stanton for Albany State. She's in her first season taking over from the legend Robert Skinner, who had so many different accolades. And she said that this has been a whirlwind opportunity, but she's ready for it, trying to bring Albany State back to prowess. Ball is up, and we start. Kira Peterson cannot grab the basketball initially. There was a tip, so they will have to. There will be a discussion to see if there's a re-jump, but I believe Peterson can't grab it. Yes, so it will be Albany State basketball. And immediately you see Albany State step up and make things difficult against Anaya Allen.
Coach says that she wants their identity to be focused on defense, so I'm expecting to see a lot of defensive situations this game.
O'Neal quickly goes down low to Wade. Her layup is off. Excellent defense by Kira Patterson. But ball is quickly turned over. Wade goes right to the rack. She misses on her second attempt, and Cameron O'Neal commits the loose ball foul. So quickly, a foul picked up by O'Neal. But two quick chances for Fort Valley State, and an early turnover by Albany State, which is something that Coach Stanton did not want to see from her team because they lead the conference in turnovers a game at 23 per.
They definitely do. Over 20 turnovers a game is not good for any team in any division. They've got to take care of the ball better.
This is Griffin, and her shot is off. Wade goes to the floor, and Fort Valley State has a chance to push. Anaya Allen is blocked. Brianna Griffin got a piece of that. Fast and furious start, right to the rack, and a bucket for Jazare Vick.
Very interesting start for both of these teams. You know, starting off a little bit slow, getting their footing together.
Fort Valley State, as a team, losers of 6 of the last conference games. Their last win in conference was actually against Albany State in Albany, Georgia. A 59-56 victory. Wade right to the rim, and this one falls for Kimora Wade.
Great job by Kimora Wade, the young player. She has a good frame down low. She's a little undersized when you think about a typical post player, but that works to her advantage in this league.
4-year starter at Lowndes High School in the state of Georgia. And Coach says she's an aggressive scorer, always wants to put the ball in the basket. That's why she's actually taken all of the shots for Fort Valley State to start this game. Corey Barnes affects that shot, but Fort Valley State cannot control the defensive rebound, and the Golden Rams will have another offensive possession.
Marley Bell tried to grab the basketball, but it just slipped right out of her hands. Uncharacteristic play right there for her.
Vick lets it fly. Rebound secured by Wade, and she throws it away. Took some contact. Now, once again, Jazare Vick, but she's blocked at the summit by Marley Bell. There is a foul down low on the back end of the possession.
Great block right there by Marley Bell.
And Bell is the best athlete on the campus, man or woman, per her head coach, Doug Robertson. And it's to be understood, in high school, she played 6 sports: volleyball, basketball, softball, cheerleading. She was always active. And Coach Robertson had to talk with her family about cutting down those sports. And the grace of God, in his words, she's playing 2 sports here in college. She'll play some softball later and have to finish off the basketball season with the Wildcats. This ball goes out of bounds. It will be Albany State basketball on the turnover.
We've talked about the turnovers once again for both of these teams. They need to take care of the ball. Slow it down in your head. Sometimes your body can move faster than your true ability.
Tied 2 apiece early in the first quarter. A nice move by Kendall Davis. We said she was going to be an X factor, and she gets right to the rack for 2. Pressure coming. Nice grab by Cameron O'Neal. Kick to the corner, and the shot is short by Barnes. Offensive rebound by Bell. Extra possession. Barnes lines it up. This one looked like there was a piece tapped by Brianna Griffin.
Right now for the Golden Rams, this is what's working for them, going downhill. Fort Valley needs to take a page out of their book and do the same thing. Don't settle for threes. Neither of these two teams are very good at three-point shooting, okay? Don't settle. Go to the rack.
Barnes smacks that away as Davis went right to the rim again. Been aggressive down low.
The posts are holding it down right now for Fort Valley State. It's time for the guards to pick it up.
Davis kicks to Vic. Peterson working on Barnes. A nice little spin, but called for steps.
Definitely was a travel right there for Kira, but they don't want to get her comfortable even doing that spin move. Stop her early, cut her off. There shouldn't be much room for her to move.
A nice tap by Brianna Griffin. Coach Dan said, my defensive philosophy is to speed the game up. And all Coach Robertson told us when we talked to him for Fort Valley State is we want to slow the game down. So it will be 2 differing styles. We'll see which one ekes out. Excellent bucket right to the rack. Ariana Booker scores plus the foul.
Booker did a great job of going downhill. Exactly what I was thinking that this team needs to do. They need to lean on their speed and their quickness. They don't have tremendous size on this court right now, but they do have speed and agility.
Foul goes on Kendall Davis, her first. Team's second. And Booker completes the old-fashioned three-point play. Coach Robertson said that for Fort Valley State, Ariana Booker and Corey Barnes, 2 players that have really helped us win some games. They only have 4 conference wins, but would have less if it wasn't for those 2 players. Early lead, 1 point is the advantage for Fort Valley State. Barnes in a stance, but she is called for the personal foul.
Definitely a foul. You've got to move your feet, not your hands. Good idea, but keep your hands out wide. Try to take out more space and shuffle your feet.
Griffin. Now Vic on the outside. Peterson in some trouble. Nice look for Vic, and she is pure. Jazare Vic, not shy, has 5 of the 7 for Albany State.
Coach calls her the team spirit. She said she's always in high spirits, and the team feeds off that. It's great to see her getting things started early.
19 points in a win, or check that in the loss versus Benedict last weekend. Fort Valley State turns it over. Coming the other way is Nahavia Paxton. Jazare Vic just hit a 3. This one rolls off, but Brianna Griffin with the offensive rebound.
Boxing out is the name of today's game.
Peterson against Barnes, fading, and the soft touch falls.
When Kira Peterson is close to the basket, there's not many players in this conference that can stop her.
Preseason second team all SIAC. Close quarter pass by A. Stevenson turns into a turnover. And Albany State with an early lead on top of Fort Valley State in this rivalry matchup.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Questions, gentlemen. This is gonna hurt. Hold them as long as you got it.
You're a deer in the jungle here, my boy.
Join in on the action. Watch free on Local Now.
Direct.
Don't you ever look up at the sky and roll your eyes. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Realistic.
I will maybe have a tendency to
Spend too
overindulge.
much and won't be able to pay your rent. That's the problem.
He holds the line.
I resent it, and I resent you for doing it.
Powerful.
I don't know where you've been, but you're gonna respect this courtroom. I'm gonna throw you out real quick.
Mathis Court is in session. Check your local listings for times and channel. Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
Albany State with the lead, trying to snap a losing streak to Fort Valley State and snap a losing streak in conference play. They lost their last 8 conference matchups. Their last win in conference was against Edward Waters back on January 13th. A nice start for the Golden Rams, leading by 4.
When you look at these two teams statistically, they're very similar. So I knew coming into this game it was going to be scrappy, and it's going to be about the team who can execute their plays the best.
Traveling violation on Kendall Davis. Now, for the first time today, Todd Bozeman.
I listened to Coach Robinson's huddle, and he emphasized to his team that he wanted pace. He wanted them to not allow Albany to speed them up. He wanted to take their time and good shots.
The keys, tempo, tempo, and tempo. That's what he shared with us this week. Now Addison, a nice look, no good. And the rebound taken in by Albany State. Almost a turnover, but Nahavia Paxton's pass was batted out of bounds. Coach Robertson, who's been at it a long time, 16th year coaching in college as a head coach. More than 200 wins over the course of his career. Knows what he's doing. Jazare Vick, air ball from distance. And the rebound and score by Brianna Griffin.
No, that's so disappointing. As a defender, you're trying to save the ball, but instead you give it right to the opposing team.
Anaya Allen calmly brings it across the timeline. She plays with so much promise. She's a returner for this team, one of those sophomores that Coach raves about her basketball IQ. Stevenson, one of the lone upperclassmen on the team, too strong on the layup attempt. And now in transition, the jumper is long by Paxton.
When we talk about pace, one way to control that is by rebounding the basketball, both offensively and defensively.
Brianna Griffin right up on Anaya Allen. Allen goes by her, slips into the lane, just can't finish.
I'd love to see some of the Wildcats crashing.
Ariana Booker steps in front of that. And the transition opportunity is stifled by the sophomore from Augusta, Georgia. Allen off the high screen, right to the rack once again, but can't finish. That time felt that she was fouled.
Unfortunately, she was looking for the foul, and she didn't even recognize that she was wide open. Instead of trying to find the contact, try to find the rim, and then if the contact comes, it comes. But don't look for the foul and expect it to be called.
Paxton dribbles that off of her own foot. A turnover for Albany State, and the Turnover bug already rearing its ugly head for the Golden Rams.
We talked about taking care of the ball. It's essential in games like these. Every possession is going to matter.
That's the 6th turnover on Albany State already. But the Rams are still on a 7-0 run. That's how they've run out to this 6-point lead as we go under a minute to play. So check that. You're nearing a minute to play in the half. Joanna Belt holds out front. Paxton, the skip to Peterson, but she's blocked off well by Stevenson. Now with 4, it's Paxton, and she's fouled from behind.
Very interesting what Albany State is doing. They're passing the ball around the arc, and then they're just trying to weave and find those gaps to get downhill. Fort Valley needs to understand that and stop them early. Don't try to meet them in the paint, because we're seeing based off this game so far that the referees are calling fouls.
Nahavia Paxton, the transfer from Florida Southern. She played in 40 games, but did not start. Only averaged about 2 points. She shoots her free throws at about 65%. And for Paxton, coach said that once she saw her in the portal, she talked to a couple coaches, said that this was a place that can really help her extend her game. And she's been a starter on this team and averages about 8.5 points per game. First points of the game. And the run continues. It's an 8-0 run for Albany State as we wind down the first quarter. Cameron O'Neal is bumped, and she will go to the line to shoot 2.
Cameron O'Neal was essential the last time that these two teams played each other. Her layup is what sealed the deal the last time these two teams faced off.
Stanton no good from the free throw line. She's a sophomore from Hiram, Georgia. Played at Hiram High School, which is outside of Atlanta, and she has never been on the bench to start a game. This is her 50th straight start. Has started every single game in a Fort Valley State uniform. Splits the pair. That stops an 8-0 run for Albany State. Kendall Davis slips through the trap, and Peterson can't find the bottom from distance. Shot clock and game clock differ by about 2 seconds. No need to take an early shot if you're Fort Valley State. And they end up turning the ball over. So we'll go Albany State's way, and that is the poise that Coach Robertson is wanting from his team, or that he talks about wanting from his team, and did not possess it there. We go under 10 seconds. It's Joanna Belt. Takes the screen with 5. Bell with 3, finds Davis. Good look, but her shot's long. And we go to the second quarter with Albany State in front of their rival 12-6. Jazare Vick at a 3 and a bucket to lead all scorers with 5. Fort Valley State looking for answers at home when we return.
It's game day from courts to field. HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment. Big screen, small screen, we got you.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Bevel, premium head-to-toe grooming because you deserve better.
The twins are home from college. Okay, I see you with the fresh line.
Appreciate you, twin. A Howard man got to stay sharp and smooth for the ladies.
Yeah, right. I think you missed a spot.
Premium head-to-toe grooming by Bevel. This is how we HBCU.
AT&T has a new guarantee, because not everything in life is guaranteed. Let it all out. Then get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro on us with your choice of our best plans. That's the AT&T guarantee. And right now, trade in your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing everything while you do your thing. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Thank you, baby girl. Hey, enjoy that dishwasher while you can, because you're going to be needing these when you get to Hampton.
Cascade. This is how we HBCU.
HBCU GO delivers the best black college sports right to your home or mobile device. Go to hbcugo.tv or download the TV app on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire for the full HBCU GO experience. Albany State currently in front of Fort Valley State, and Anaya Allen has to do more, and Todd has more on Allen.
Everybody starts out with a plan, and Anaya Allen, everyone knows that Anaya Allen is the key to Fort Valley State's team. What Albany did was to start the game out. Every time they wanted to double her and not let her get the ball out of bounds. And then their counter, Fort Valley State's counter, was to have her take the ball out of bounds. So it's a lot of jockeying going back and forth, but that's what happens when you have these competitive games.
Yeah, adjustments are the key, and Coach Robertson said in the locker room, we know what they're going to do, they know what we're going to do, so it's about execution, and that's what Albany State has done up to this point to take this 6-point lead. It's Jazare Vick, Johanna Bell, Nahavia Paxton as well as a couple of newcomers into the lineup, and Milana Holmes for Albany State. Late shot clock early on, and a turnover for the Golden Rams.
The first good defensive possession that I've truly seen by Fort Valley.
Fort Valley State as a team was 2 for 11 in that first quarter from the field. Have to deal with a late shot clock right now. Allen denying the screen. Nice pump, at least gets it up. Kimora Wade with an offensive rebound, and she earns her team an extra possession.
We talked about the emotions of Anaya Allen and how her team feeds off that. After that shot, I saw her look towards the bench, and she looked a bit defeated. The shooter knows if your shot is off more than not, okay? If it's off, go get your own rebound. Kimora Wade did a good job of keeping her teammate in it, but she can get her own rebound as well.
Allen early has struggled. Allen is 0 for 4 from the field. Now Marley Bell facing up, going right to the rim. Kimora Wade once again on the offensive glass. Allen's shots, long. Wade, stop me if you've heard this before, on the glass, and this time she scores.
Kimora Wade has been relentless on the boards, keeping her team's energy high. Without her, we're looking at a completely different score in today's game so far.
3 offensive rebounds on that possession alone. Yasmin Fairchild is doubled. Marley Bell ties her up.
This is what coaches mean when they say play hard. How many offensive rebounds has she had already this matchup? She's not giving up. They've got to put a body on her because I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
6 rebounds, 4 on the offensive glass for Kimora Wade, and she has 4 points as well. Coach Robertson said if it was up to her, she just wants the ball down low. Said that she thinks that she's Shaq, but She's playing like it right now,
She
owning
sure
the class.
is. Listen, I would give it to her, and they just tried.
Bell on the ground, ball in the hands of Wade. She's going to the rim, and she's scoring again.
Kamora Wade, listen, she's showing Coach Robertson that she's able to do it all. Great job by the big girl, able to put the ball on the floor and finish at the layup.
Nia Allen gets her hands on 2 passes. Ray. Now, kick out to Johanna Bell. Her little floater falls. And although it was frenetic, it was also finesse for Albany State.
A bit of a defensive miscommunication right there for Valley. There wasn't any help side defense.
So the senior from Miami, Florida, one of the lone upperclassmen for Albany State, scores her first bucket. Now Taylor Addison trying to get on the board, but her shot falls off. Jazare Vick out the back door, and Vick scores.
You know, that's extremely interesting to me because I didn't see anybody from Valley crash, but still they weren't able to get back. So if you're not going to crash, what are you going to do? I think there's going to be a lot to talk about at halftime for Coach Robertson.
And Coach Robertson's going to have to figure out what he wants to do with Jazare Vick because she leads all scorers with 7. Fort Valley State, another late shot clock. Addison wants a high screen, takes the 3, and she is fouled. That will be a foul on Brianna Griffin in the landing space of Taylor Addison.
This is a perfect outlet pass and a great finish right there by Vick. But as I mentioned before, there was nobody getting back, and a very interesting shot right there by Taylor Addison, but at least she's headed to the free throw line. Really feel like Fort Valley doesn't need to settle for these 3-pointers right now, James.
Addison, she's been quiet today as well. She averages about 4 points a game. First free throw is no good. She's from the Baltimore area, the same area as her head coach, Doug Robertson. She played for Team Mello in Nike EYBL. And last year, started 20 games and averaged about 6 points.
Coach Robertson is utilizing his bench right now. It doesn't take much to play on this floor for either one of these two coaches. If you play hard, you will play in the game.
Six and a half to play in the first half. Albany State trying to avenge their loss earlier in the season to Fort Valley State. It was a close matchup, and it's a part of a couple of close calls for Albany State up to this point. They lost by 4 to Tuskegee, who's fighting for an SIAC division title. They also lost to Benedict by 2, Allen by 6. So they've been right there in the conference, trying to put it all together against their rival.
You know, Coach says that she's not mad about those losses because she thinks that despite that, this team has been able to benefit from their experiences, and I'm seeing that today. Okay, they look extremely resilient.
Good look for Corey Barnes. Albany State coming the other way, lining up and knocking it down is Brianna Griffin.
Anything that Albany State wants right now, they're able to get. Fort Valley has to be able to stop something at this point defensively.
Largest lead of the game for Albany State. Barnes off the shake, nothing there. 10 to shoot for Fort Valley. And a turnover by the Wildcats.
Nice ball movement right here by the Golden Rams. I talked about it. Whatever they want, they're able to get. They're knocking down threes. They're getting into the paint. Fort Valley State has to do a better job defensively. That's where it starts. That's where you get your confidence when it comes to basketball. Shots will fall eventually, but you got to start with the stops.
Peterson turns, shoots, and scores. So you talk about easy buckets, and Coach Robertson is not happy as Peterson just turned with enough space to shoot.
That's somebody that needs to be circled wherever she is on the court. There's no way that she should be wide open at the second hash and get an easy shot like that.
Marley Bell right to the rim. That stops a 7-1 run for Albany State. First time Bell has scored today, and it's been a struggle all the way around for Fort Valley State. Just their 4th field goal on 18 attempts, shooting less than 25% from the field. Jazare Vick, a deep three that hit the top of the glass and out for Fort Valley State to have possession. Kira Peterson, a double-double machine, and shows off her smooth stroke for 2. 8-point lead for Albany State.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta. What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first. Here high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
She's full of unexpected surprises.
Sounds like it may be a little jealousy going on, girl.
She's friendly, firm, and always fair.
She did what was healthy for her. She's not ready. She doesn't know what she wants herself.
Justice is always served in Judge Maybelline's courtroom.
That's her business. That's none of your business. You put your foot in your mouth, honey. You wrote a check that your behind couldn't cash.
Don't miss Justice with Judge Maybelline. Check your local listings for times and channel. Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
We're back at the HPE complex on the campus of Fort Valley State. Now let's take a look at today's conference leaders, which are brought to you by Jeep. There's only one. Leaders in assists in the SIAC. 2 are on the floor today. Anaya Allen for Fort Valley State and Nahavia Axton for Albany State. It's been a struggle on the day for Anaya Allen. She's 0 for 5 from the field, has not registered an assist, but she is a preseason All-SIAC accolade holder, second team in that regard. And Anaya Allen, you have the expectation that eventually she's going to find her footing, find where she can really impact the game. There's still a lot of time, but Albany State is on top of Fort Valley State by 8 as we wind down the second quarter.
Yeah, you know, sometimes as a player, you just need to see a shot go into the basket. But even more than that, defensively, you can gain your confidence by getting a stop.
Ariana Booker on the offensive glass and whips right to the basket.
Booker has been doing a great job. One of only 4 scorers on her team so far.
And Coach said she's more of a defensive lightning rod, so when she starts to score, she really adds something to the Wildcats. Jazare Vick leading all scorers with 7. Now Milana Holmes kicks to a wide open Kira Peterson. Can't bank it in. And Fort Valley State has an opportunity to cut deeper into this lead.
It starts with a stop, and then it finishes. You have to finish it off with a score.
Call from the sideline is Zipper. Ariana Booker Takes the jumper, but she's blocked by Kendall Davis.
Kendall Davis from start to finish so far has been electric. Coach says one-on-one, she is hard to guard.
Davis, although she's just a freshman, she's super athletic. We saw it right there as she got all the way to the rim but couldn't finish. Fort Valley State back in possession. 2-possession game as we go under 3 minutes to play in the first half. Corey Barnes waves off Kamora Wade. And now Anaya Allen works out on Kendall Davis. 4 to shoot. Allen puts it up and puts it in. And maybe that helps her confidence. A banker from distance.
It definitely should. Listen, that's one thing that'll get the crowd into it, and it should get her into it. I'd like to see her now show more excitement defensively.
Air ball by Kendall Davis. And some pep in the step of Anaya Allen right now. Another call directly from the sidelines. Allen by Griffin. Now Barnes. Allen with 3, with 2. Another wild shot. That one does not touch the rim, so it's going to be a shot clock violation.
Anaya Allen, she's been quiet, but this right here spoke volumes. I think in this game, you know, against Albany State, she always has a tough time, right? I mentioned it in the open. She only had 9 points, which is below her average last time. I can tell by her energy that this game means something to her. I'd like her to channel that into positivity and bring her teammates along for the ride.
Griffin gives to Davis. Good ball movement by Albany State right now. Peterson can't put it in.
Right now, Albany State is beating themselves. They've been getting the shots off. They just haven't been going in.
O'Neal stopped by Vick. Now Kamora Wade. And O'Neal with an excellent cut.
Great job by Cameron O'Neal moving without the basketball. That's what they've got to do. This defense is going to play you tough. Fake a pass to make it a pass.
9-0 run. Peterson trying to stop that, and she's fouled down low.
Team basketball. Kamora Wade bailed her teammate out, and she was rewarded with a nice assist and a great finish by Cameron O'Neal.
We talk about the tempo for Fort Valley State, and although it's gotten down to the wire, possession for possession, they have been under control, and you saw that there from the youngsters. Again, these are underclassmen, sophomore in Cameron O'Neal and freshman in Kamora Wade, in those situations, and that's the experience that you have to have, but only comes from being there, as Coach Robertson pondering how he wants his team to come back in this game. 2 free throws fall for Kira Peterson. She now has 6. And A. Stevenson comes in for Fort Valley State.
Albany State in that full court press, trying to slow down the Wildcats. They've been doing a good job of it so far this matchup.
O'Neal leaves the layup short. A chance to run for Albany State. Brianna Griffin throws it under the rim, and A. Stevenson snags down the rebound. Shot clock turns off. A chance to tie or go down by 1 for Fort Valley State. 6-5. Now Anaya Allen with 2. Allen with 1. Gets it off. Yes, ma'am! Anaya Allen, clutch at the buzzer. And we go to the break with Albany State leading by 1. At halftime, coming up, Nicole Hutchison and Tolly Carr will catch you up on the latest news and updates from the world of college hoops. And for Anaya Allen, she plays so under control, had a banker at the shot clock buzzer and ends the half with a beauty.
Whether you're streaming, watching live, or catching the replay on demand, this ain't just sports, it's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central, presented by Old Spice. 24/7 freshness from pits to toes and down below.
Welcome to another episode of Amir's Fit Checks. All right, now we talking, yeah.
Old Spice. This is how we HBCU.
Hey, Meta, play my gallery music. Hey, Meta, tell me about this artist.
Urs Fisher is known for his unconventional work.
Should we touch it? Hold it like that. Hey, Meta, film this. Get in there, don't be shy. What? Oh, no. Hey, Meta, delete that video.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. And turn all of your purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
That was close.
Downey Unstoppables. This is how we HBCU.
When we're in college, we're still gonna talk every day, right?
We're twins, of course.
You know I love you, but you know you're flaky.
Good thing I use this then, huh? Seriously, Jazz. Every day, I promise.
Head and Shoulders Bare. This is how we HBCU.
We've got some good action out there in Fort Valley, Georgia. It's halftime where the ladies of Albany State are taking on the ladies of Fort Valley State. Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole Hutchison along with Tolly Carr for this HBCU GO halftime report. But before we talk about this game, though, we're going to get into it, I promise you. It's time for our HBCU GO Sports Women's Basketball Poll. Tolly, you already know the drill. Let's go ahead and take it away.
I love the vote on the women's side each week. It's a lot of fun. Let's check out the results. Here we go. Time now for your HBCU basketball top 5 poll. Division I women. Number 5, headed the wrong direction, is Texas Southern. Number 4, Howard University. Southern at number 3. On the move is Jackson State at number 2. And for yet another week, our number 1 team, Norfolk State. HBCU GO Top 5 Division II Women's Poll. Number 5, Langston. Number 4, Tuskegee. The CIAA coming in at number 3 with Virginia Union. We have Clark Atlanta at number 2. And our number 1 team, Virginia State University.
All right, go ahead, Virginia State and Clark Atlanta trading places at number 1 and 2 on the D2 side, but no one comes close to Norfolk State in our Division I top 5 again this week. Thank you so much, Tolly.
Not happening. Norfolk State's gone.
They're balling. They're balling. But we're at the half of Albany State and Fort Valley State. We'll be back with more of our HBCU GO Sports halftime report after the break.
Where leaders are forged and legacies are born, the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference proudly celebrates the accomplishments of current and former students. From the playing field to the boardroom, they are the next generation of entrepreneurs, doctors, and executives.
Leaders rise here. Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
There's a lot happening at this hour.
Free, local, and national news from across the U.S.
We've got some breaking news to get to, an exclusive out of our Pentagon.
City to city, Local Now has your community covered.
Developing right now. We're getting details. We're on the phone, making calls.
Pick any city with local news and weather.
Tell you what I'm experiencing here on the ground.
All free. No matter the story, we've got you covered.
Our exclusive interview revealed new information.
Free TV that starts in your city.
She's fair.
Untrue, Your Honor.
What, you're gonna have your turn.
She's inquisitive.
What in the world led to this young lady finding you in this compromising situation?
She's very frank.
You should never start anything you're not prepared to finish.
Compassionate.
I see a family that still loves each other, and I'm glad to see it.
And firm.
The only thing that matters in this particular courtroom, sir, is how I see it.
Watch Equal Justice with Judge Ebony K. Williams. Check your local listings for times and channel. Did you hear?
I can't believe it.
The residents of 227 are on the front stoop again.
Calvin wants to show me where he goes when he wants to think about things.
Huh. Must be a very small place.
If gossip is gospel on 227,
Did you see that?
then the Griot Classics is the church.
You home early, Sandra?
My boss let me off. I have a severe headache.
Your neighborhood for classic laughs. Check your local listings.
Fort Valley State with a big 16-point second quarter to make it a ball game, but it's Albany State that still holds the lead at halftime. 23-22 your halftime score. Welcome back to the halftime report. Nicole Hutchison here. Now we're going to send it back out to Todd Bozeman, who's with our Albany State head coach, Akia Stanton.
Coach Stanton has gone back and forth. The team's done a pretty good job in the first half. Towards the end of the half, though, at the end of that quarter, the tide kind of changed a little bit. How do you feel now about your team going into the half, and what's going to be the emphasis in the second half?
At the end, number one just hit 2 great shots. We couldn't play any better defense. I think our defense is working. I want to stick with our defense. We just got to stop the second chance points.
Okay. Thank you very much, Coach. Good luck, okay?
A lot of adjustments to be made for Albany State, but thank you so much, Todd, and thank you to Coach Stanton. More to come on the halftime report after this break. We'll be right back.
On the banks of the Flint River in Georgia stands Albany State University, a campus of diversity and culture with a rich history deeply rooted in legacy. Preparing students for excellence in fields of health professions, education, business, and STEM. Students engage in vibrant campus life, connecting with one another and building lifelong friendships. Unsinkable, indestructible, Albany State University, where excellence is the standard.
So you gave her the secret to the sauce?
Son, there's something school can't teach.
Yeah, and you know you want to taste it.
Penalty. This is how we HBCU.
Any questions?
How did you become the Capital One Bank guy?
You mind? I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
How do I get your job?
Hard work,
I
dedication.
met the Capital One Bank guy.
It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication.
What's been the highlight of your career?
And that'd have to be
Bank guy.
helping people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Aren't you in the Hall of Fame?
And didn't you live in space? What's in your wallet?
At Metro, get $25 in line for 4 lines, plus 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. It's easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Visit a store, go online, or call. Only at Metro.
Find your ultimate playground at visitcalifornia.com.
Daddy, I've got some good news.
No more stinky roommate?
No more stinky roommate.
Smells like home now.
Smells like Febreze.
Febreze. This is how we HBCU.
Fort Valley State putting up a fight down the stretch of the second quarter. 16-point half for them, or second quarter for them, excuse me. And now Albany State takes a just 1-point lead over Fort Valley State, 23-22 the score at your half. But when you talk about what Coach Stanton just said, they want to play defense a little bit better, but also what? Tolly, what needs to happen in the second half?
You talk about, what she had to say. Nia Allen hit that big shot there at the end of the buzzer, or, right there at the end. And sometimes, look, you got a hand in a person's face, and the offense is just a little better than the defense. I think what this game boils down to is what we always see in these rivalry games. And we've seen it week in and week out here on HBCU GO. Albany State jumps out to a big lead in the first quarter. Fort Valley State kind of settles in, makes their run in the second quarter. The last time we saw these two teams play, a 3-point game. Look, they're not on top in the SIAC, but this game means something. And you see there, Fort Valley State ended the half on that 11-2 run. Kamora Wade putting up 6 points there, and for Albany State is Vic and Peterson leading the way. Very balanced scoring in a low-scoring game, 23-22 here.
You talk about how much this game means. Who has more pressure now going into the second half?
Well, it's both teams, right? Like it's a pride thing here. Fort Valley State and Albany State. Fort Valley's at home. This is a big game on their winter schedule, so we'll put a little bit of pressure on Fort Valley.
All right, we'll find out. Be sure to stay with us after the game. Tolly and I will be right here for the HBCU GO crossover show presented by Swiffer. We'll get you back updated on the latest around our HBCUs. Then it's on to game 2 of our doubleheader. Albany State taking on Fort Valley State in the men's game. But for now, we'll send you back to Fort Valley with James Hadnot, Lawrencia Moten, and Todd Bozeman for the second half of the women's game right after this quick timeout. We'll see you after the game.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it.
Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail of
personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We the People delivers compelling cases and firm justice.
I think you need to begin to accept responsibility for your mistakes.
She's smart.
Even though there are accidents that happen, you have to be willing to remedy those accidents.
She's confident.
If you've been in contact with someone who has tested positive, why wouldn't you be responsible enough to get yourself tested?
We the People, all new with Judge Lauren Lake. Check your local listings for times and channel.
We Have a Dream. This 2-hour television event features the achievements of some of the world's most inspiring and influential figures. Business mogul and star of Shark Tank, Damon John.
Whitney Houston!
The inspirational cast of Whitney Houston, I Wanna Dance with Somebody, and much more.
getting ready for the second half. We take a look at our first half stats, and almost identical. The only difference is a three made by Brianna Griffin, and that is the 1 point advantage that Albany State has as we get ready for this second frame. Hello, family. I'm James Hadnot, Lawrencia Moten with me, Todd Bozeman, on our sidelines. And Lawrencia, we talk about how both teams have been really neck and neck up to this point. Jazzaray Vick was the early difference maker for Albany State.
Listen, Jazzaray Vick was in her bag, in her duffel, doing a little bit of everything, going to the paint, shooting threes behind the arc for her team, running really fast to get outlet passes. She is keeping her team in this game. She started it off, but this young lady right here, Anaya Allen, she actually surprised me a little bit. She started off the game extremely slow, but she had a couple of buzzer beaters that got the momentum swinging in her team's favor going into halftime.
Yeah, for Anaya Allen, Coach talked about just the necessity for her to really be the leader on the team. And you see, she started 0 for 5. You talked about the frustration that she was showing, but then she ended up coming out with those late 2 buckets. And Todd has more on Fort Valley State.
Guys, Anaya Allen is the star, but one of the key contributors in that first half was Kimora Wade. The young freshman was dominating in the paint. She leads them with 7 rebounds, and she's leading them in scoring with 6 points. She's controlling the factor in the paint, and she's going to be a big, big plus for Fort Valley in the second half.
Wade was huge. She had 4 offensive rebounds, which led to some extra possessions for Fort Valley State, and that's what allowed them to finish the half on an 11-2 run. Albany State, as a team, they missed their final 6 field goal attempts. They're trying to snap that streak as we start the second half between Albany State and Fort Valley State in this rivalry matchup. It's spring homecoming on the campus of Fort Valley State, and immediately the Golden Rams turn the ball over.
I love
Marley
to
Bell
see it.
coming the other way. Bell rises up to get her own rebound. Now it's a jump, and so it will stay here. And Fort Valley State will look for their first lead since it was 5-4 back with 6:18 remaining in the first quarter.
It seems like the energy is a lot different than the way that the Fort Valley team started off the game. Coach Robertson must have had a nice message in the locker room to be expected.
Leading scorer, Kimora Wade with 6. Sets the screen for Cameron O'Neal. O'Neal has to kick to Anaya Allen. Allen fading jumper, and that one falls off. It will stay here for Albany State. Check that, Fort Valley State.
Good job by Allen, able to get her shot off. I keep saying this time and time again, and I'm not going to stop. I'd love her to finish it off with a rebound. At least go for the ball. Make the defender think that you have a chance.
Poor entry pass to Marley Bell, and that's a turnover for Fort Valley. Their 10th turnover of the game. Jazzaray Vick scores plus the foul.
I said it, she is in her duffel. Jazz Vick came into this game understanding what was necessary to come away with a win. And the first thing that Coach mentioned was her team had to play hard on both sides of the basketball, and she's been doing that.
9 points now for Jazzaray Vick, who leads all scorers, looking for the old-fashioned three-point play. And Coach says she talks more than anybody. Sometimes the coaches have to tell her to quiet down, but she's talking very loudly with her play this afternoon. Three-point play is complete. She has 10. First player in the double figures. And the lead back up to 4 for Albany State. O'Neal drives, goes high off the glass. No. Now a chance to run for Albany State. 3-on-2. Jazzaray Vick is swatted by Marley Bell. And that's a little stare down after from Bell. Fort Valley State will take over in possession.
Good defense right there by Marley Bell. She had her hand on it the whole time. Now listen, as I look at that replay though, I don't know. I see a hand on another hand. Not a ball, but we're going to give it to her. Fort Valley State trying to make it back-to-back wins against
Albany State. Bell working down low, nowhere to go. Gives up to O'Neal. She slips in. No. Back on the offensive glass is Kimora Wade. And as the ball squirts out, Wade has a chance to go up. No. A lot of bodies down low. And now a chance for a run out for Albany State. Kira Peterson is blocked from behind, but a foul by Anaya Allen. And Peterson will go to the free throw line.
Great job by Albany State understanding time and score, understanding where their teammates are, pushing the pace. It's been working for them thus far.
First free throw is no good for Kira Peterson. She was preseason second team all SIAC, and she's living up to that accolade up to this point in this season. 10th in the conference in scoring, and she leads the conference in rebounding at 9.5 a game. Knocks down that bucket. She has 7 for Albany State. North Valley, 3-point win the last time these two teams met. Currently down by 6 early in the third quarter. Nice pump by Anaya Allen, but she leaves the jumper short. Cameron O'Neal with the offensive rebound. Allen to a wide open Corey Barnes. And that's tipped out by Brianna Griffin. Oh, looked like Brianna Griffin was the last to touch for Albany State, but it will be Golden Rams basketball off of Fort Valley.
Not mad at the ball movement that we just saw from Fort Valley. I would like to see somebody get into the paint and not settle for threes, but that seems to be the name of the game thus far.
Allen doing well, and she forces an errant pass. Barnes is on it, and Coach Stanton calls a timeout. Did not want to give up the possession.
Coach Stanton telling Jazz that she shouldn't have picked up the ball that far away from the basket.
So Coach Stanton will talk things over with her Golden Rams in front by 6.
We've got everything you need to turn up, from highlights to halftime magic. HBCU GO is the ultimate way to experience live sport.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Tampax, up to 100% leak-free protection.
Surprise! I see you found my gift early. Our radiant girl is ready for it all now.
Always. This is how we HBCU.
For all those making it big out there, shouldn't your mobile service be able to keep up with you? Get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig at home and on the go. Introducing Power Boost, only from Xfinity Mobile. Now that's big. Xfinity Internet customers, cut your mobile bill in half versus T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T for your first year. Plus, ask how to get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus on us.
My baby is home from college.
I can't wait for it to smell fresh again.
Perfect timing. Thanks, Mom. Stay right there. Welcome home. All grown up and responsible.
Gang, this is how we HBCU.
What's up, Pops?
Whoa! Be careful shaving with that, son. You can't be cool with razor bumps.
Chill, Pops. This is different. Gillette Skin Guard.
Looking clean. Almost as good as your old man.
Gillette Skin Guard. This is how we HBCU.
Albany State has pushed their lead out to 6 early in this second half. Now let's take a look at the Capital One rewarding performance. Our SIAC Players of the Week, Tadaria Ashley out at Miles and Mia Morrell at Edward Waters. And somebody working maybe on a Player of the Week nod this week, Kimora Wade for Fort Valley State. 6 points, 8 rebounds to lead all Wildcats. Jazare Vick for Albany State has 10. And Kira Peterson has 8 points and 4 rebounds for the Golden Rams. Albany State currently on a 5-0 run to start this second half. Kendall Davis in some trouble, gets to Vick, who lets it fly, and it spits out. Kira Peterson down low on the glass, and she's fouled and will shoot 2.
That is what Kira Peterson is known for. I know this game, Kimora Wade has gotten a lot of attention for her rebounding ability, but that's Peterson's bread and butter. They've got to box her out.
Peterson leads the conference in rebounding at more than 9 a game, and she's top 10 in the conference in scoring at the line right now. Free throw falls for Peterson. She shoots her free throws at just less than 70%, and she's from about 37 minutes south of Atlanta, out of Hampton, Georgia. Goes 1 for 2 from the line, so she's sitting on 9 points now. Fort Valley State has not scored in this half. A lob thrown to Marley Bell, but she stepped on the inline. And that will be another turnover for the Wildcats. Obviously a play out of the timeout from Coach Robertson, trying to take advantage of Marley Bell's athleticism. It was there, just didn't execute it.
Yeah, and you know, that's what this game is going to come down to. The team that can execute the best.
Press is broken, and that's a foul down low. So a perfect diagnosis of the press by Albany State. And free throws upcoming for the Golden Rams.
Great ball movement by the Golden Rams. Moving the ball at lightning speed. You know, they say that you can pass the ball faster than you can dribble, and Albany State understands that. Great job by Coach Stanton, putting that bug into her team's ear and then following her lead.
Kyla Reagans knocks down the first free throw. Coach Stanton said, we do have a young team, but they are figuring things out, and we're getting ready to make a run in the tournament. Feels like everything is starting to come together. Reagans goes 2 for 2 from the line.
And that's a great point, James, because once you get into the tournament, it's anybody's game.
Foul going on Reagans. Cameron O'Neal was in some trouble down on the baseline, but Fort Valley State will have another opportunity to get the ball off the floor.
Take a good look at Anaya Allen. She's being doubled right now, which means that somebody is open.
Kira Peterson with the steal from behind. She was looking to get a timeout, but it will be a jump ball, and Albany State will take over in possession. So Peterson coming in sneakily for the steal.
Great job by Kira Peterson, being able to just tip that ball. Her instincts are what makes her so elite.
Peterson is a transfer. She started her career at Shorter back in 2022, transferred to Albany State the year after, and has been a mainstay in this lineup. Played for Coach Robert Skinner, who had been there for more than 30 years across multiple decades, was super successful. And now Coach Stanton is in her first season. Davis goes up strong. A lot of traffic there. That was a tough look. Fort Valley State, again, still looking for their first points of the half after finishing the first half on an 11-2 run.
They've got to go back to what was working, getting downhill.
Oh, my! Taylor Addison with a wild shot, scores, plus the foul.
Not sure if that was the play, but they will definitely take it. That's what this team needs to get them back into the flow of scoring the basketball. Good things happen on the move when you're going towards the basket.
Some of the shots that have fallen today for Fort Valley have been Houdini-like. You think of the one from Anaya Allen, late shot clock, banking it in. And then Anaya Allen at the end of the half. And Taylor Addison opens up the scoring with a three-point play for Fort Valley. Peterson not shy from distance Cash.
Not her strong suit, but if she's open, she could knock it down.
Just her 8th made 3 of the season. She now leads all scorers with 12 points, and the lead back up to 8 for Albany State. Addison, stop and pop. This one is short, just grazes the rim. Jazare Vick looking to run, nothing in transition. Albany State in this second half, 2 of 5 from the field, but there's a turnover. Marley Bell shoots the gap, and she scores easily for the Wildcats.
Great job by Marley Bell, able to anticipate the basketball.
Again, Bell played multiple sports in high school. Her athleticism is off the charts. She also ran track. That was the 6th sport that she played, and she showcased her wheels to get that layup. Ball trickles out of bounds. It will stay here when we return. But Kira Peterson has been special today. This shot splashing in from distance, and she has 12 to lead all scores.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it.
Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I'll be gone soon, and all this will be yours.
Fred and Lamont Sanford are no exception.
You big dummy.
Where age might divide them.
I'm surprised I've been around this long with his heart. Yeah, me too.
The family business keeps them close. Find money-making schemes and big laughs on the Griot Classics. Check your local listings.
I'm Edward Delling-Williams, and I'm here in the English Channel for my new series, The French Pub. And we're about to go hunting for Normandy's lobster bounty.
The French Pub with Edward Delling-Williams.
One of my favorite things is just a quick homemade mayonnaise and a little breakfast radish. Just perfect.
An all-new series on Recipe.tv.
Judge Millian doesn't mince words.
Why aren't you stopping the behavior if it's happening right in front of you?
She cuts to the chase.
I think you're misreading the law a little bit.
Really? Compassionate.
You should be mad at one person, and that's him. When did something happen that made you feel uncomfortable?
She never accepts disrespect.
Stop your nonsense, or we will be escorting you out.
Watch Justice for the People with Judge Millian. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Welcome back to Fort Valley, Georgia. Here is today's Target Women's Sports Spotlight, and it's from the Fort Valley State Women's Softball Team. Player of the Week, Leah Leonard, and Pitcher of the Week, Kalia Smith-Barnes. And their teammates in action tonight, Marley Bell for Fort Valley State. Once she finishes up basketball, she will be moving to the softball field. And Coach Doug Robertson was just happy that she wanted to continue playing multiple sports. She played volleyball in high school along with running track and field. She also played soccer. And so I know mom and dad were always busing her to and from practices, but kept herself busy. And Marley Bell to date has 4 points. Late shot clock for Albany State. Jazare Vick, an air ball. Mariana Booker turns it right over to Brianna Griffin. Griffin is fouled going up, and she will shoot 2.
One of the main keys in rebounding is grabbing the ball and securing the basketball. Don't try to dribble and run at the same time when you're getting a rebound. You can end up in situations like this.
Ariana Griffin, freshman from Rome, Georgia, played at Rome High School, scored more than 1,000 points over her 3-year varsity career. Can't make the first free throw. Coach Stanton said that Griffin knows all the TikTok dances and is one of the best dancers on the team. And she knocks down the second free throw. Excellent defense from Albany State. Griffin goes right to the rim again, gets her own rebound, and she's fouled again and will go right back to the line.
That just comes down to fundamentals, right? Coach Robertson talked about the pace. It starts with rebounding. It starts with controlling the basketball. You can't let the same player beat you doing the same thing multiple times.
Free throw hits the front of the rim and falls. She's very talented, one of the smartest on the team in regards to basketball IQ, and makes both free throws there. Full court pressure once again by Albany State, and this time Fort Sally State breaks it. Cameron O'Neal slows her pace but can't score it. She gets her own rebound. Taylor Addison lines it up, and the bank continues to be open for the Wildcats.
Another bank shot. The bank is open for the Wildcats at home. You know, Anaya hasn't been in the game in a little bit of a while.
Taylor Addison has been the difference makers. Her last 2 shots have hit the bank. And that is out off of Albany State. But Taylor Addison, cha-ching from distance. Addison has quietly moved into one of the top scorers for Fort Valley State. She leads all Wildcats with 7. All of those coming here in the second half. Addison, not shy, and she was going for glass with no angle. She's fouled.
Going for glass from the short corner. If she would have made that,
hey,
that would have went somewhere viral.
Different type of skill for Addison as she's at the line to add to her team leading 6 points.
Still no sign right now of Anaya Allen, you know, this team's leader. But they're doing a good job right now, the Wildcats are, of staying in this game even without her.
So Addison misses that. And for Taylor Addison, talked about her time in Baltimore and in high school. And this season, she has a season high of 11 versus Young Harris back at the beginning of the year. She's working her way towards that. Janiyah Ferguson with the offensive rebound. Albany State with another possession. Coach Robertson gives the play call from the sideline.
Coach Stanton does not look happy. She told our Todd Bozeman that limiting second chance points was going to be huge.
Addison, no good from distance, and Peterson smacked it out, so it will stay here. So Milana Holmes will come on along with Yasmin Fairchild as Peterson and Davis go to the bench.
2 captains of the Albany State team.
Stevenson left wide open. Albany State can't secure a defensive rebound, but now a jump ball will keep the possession here. But these are the grinded out possessions that Coach Robertson wants to see, slowing the pace down and hopefully finding a bucket to cut into this lead.
Coach Stanton, I could hear her from here. She said, y'all got to box out, and it's true. Put a body on someone and push them out of their position.
O'Neal tries to go to Ferguson. Kick out to a wide open Booker. Ariana Booker gets her own rebound and scores. What a possession for Fort Valley State.
You couldn't have drew it up any better than that. Getting your own rebound and putting it back in. That's the way to do it.
Ariana Booker now has 7 for Fort Valley. Jumpers up and pure for Yasmin Fairchild.
Great job by the captain coming right in.
Seven-point game as we near 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. This is a rivalry matchup, and it's lived up to it up to this point. Addison has not been shy shooting in this third quarter, where she scored all 6 of her points. No good there. Good look for Brianna Griffin. Offensive rebound for the Golden Rams. Milana Holmes finds the glass for 2.
Good patience by Milana Holmes. She wasn't quick to put the ball into the basket. She took her time and found the hole.
Holmes averages just less than 3 points a game, so any points that she puts in really help out the Golden Rams. O'Neal kicks back out to A. Stevenson. Stevenson decides to drive, stops on a dime. Her shot's no good. Still a chance for Fort Valley, but Brianna Griffin blocks the ball. Taylor Addison steps in front and steals it and scores.
Good thought by Jazz, but she cocked her hand so far back, I could have reached and got that ball from the scores table.
Telegraphed the pass, and Taylor Addison phoned in for 2. 7-point game. Addison almost takes that away. Now Griffin almost turns it over. The ball's off the foot of Ariana Booker. And Albany State will have a possession with 4 seconds to shoot. But Taylor Addison, she has come alive in this third quarter.
Jazz Vick, she's been playing really hard, but she telegraphed that pass, as you mentioned, James, and it led to a great bucket by Taylor Addison, who is keeping her team in this game.
8 points for Addison to lead all scores for Fort Valley State. Nice dime down low, and Milana Holmes has another bucket off the dish from Johanna Bell.
Less than a minute to go. You don't want to start trading buckets going into this fourth quarter with an Albany State team. They know how to finish out games.
Ten to shoot in the quarter. Cameron O'Neal holds. O'Neal almost turns it over. Addison trying to find some space, and she's fouled. A foul is called on Brianna Griffin, and Taylor Addison will go to the line to shoot 3 free throws.
And that's when maturity comes into place, right? You got to understand how much time there is on a shot clock. Don't bail her out trying to block a 3-point shooter. Just don't do it. She's only a freshman, and she'll learn from moments like this.
We'll see how much time is left on the clock when the foul was committed. It did seem to have happened before the buzzer. But Addison back at the charity stripe. Sophomore from Baltimore, played at Baltimore Polytechnic. First free throw is good. On the season, she shoots her free throws at just 50%. But these 3 can be humongous for Fort Valley State as they in the third quarter.
You're right, James. This would be the momentum that they need going into the final quarter of this game.
And officially 0.2 remaining, not 2 seconds, so not enough time for Albany State to have anything, regardless of the outcome of this shot. It'd have to be a tip-in. This free throw is good. So 2 for 3 from the line. And we go to the fourth. Albany State leading by 7 on top of Fort Valley State.
What's up, Mom?
Are you brushing, flossing, keeping those teeth sparkling?
Shining bright. At least it's what Tiffany says.
Who's Tiffany?
I gotta go.
Smile. Crest has you covered. This is how we HBCU.
AT&T has a new guarantee because not everything in life is guaranteed. Let it all out. Then get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro on us with your choice of our best plans. That's the AT&T guarantee. And right now, trade in your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone.
Maybe your plans for the afternoon are too big to squeeze into the back of a sedan. Maybe your idea of commuting doesn't always include roads. Maybe you don't think you should have to choose between affordability and capability. Then don't just get any car. Drive a Ford. Starting under $30,000 MSRP, the new Ford Maverick and Ford Bronco Sport.
Hey, Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan worth $6.2 million.
What? What? That's a $6.2 million banana.
Are you kidding?
We need to find you another banana. Bananas, bananas.
Gentlemen,
What a place you have.
who eats art?
Think you're supposed to say, hey, Meta.
Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say,
Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer.
You're gonna be doing this on your own in college. 3 easy steps. Step 1, Tide Pod. Step 2, laundry. Step 3, set to cold water.
I got this.
Tide. This is how we HBCU.
Well, this matchup has been fun. The men were getting ready at halftime between Fort Valley State and Albany State. And later on, after HBCU GO crossover, the men's sides will duel. Albany State will take on Fort Valley State. Catch all the action here on HBCU GO Sports at 3:30 Eastern following HBCU GO Sports crossover. Well, Fort Valley State won a close one against Albany State the last time these two teams played, but as a team, Fort Valley has lost 6 of their last 7 conference games. Their last win was against Albany State. And a long way to go against the Golden Rams, who are looking to snap a losing streak of 8 straight in conference.
This game has been extremely exciting. It did not disappoint from start to finish. And we're in the final 10 minutes, so they've got to lay it all out on the court.
A Stevenson gets on the floor. A bounce pass down low, but she had slid too far to the sidelines. But despite that, Coach Robertson had something with Todd Bozeman. Here's more.
That time out there, Coach Robinson emphasized to his team, he wanted them to play off of their elbows and get to the basket. He wasn't comfortable with the outside shots, even though there was a foul called on the last play. He wanted them to get the ball into the paint and get to the basket.
7-point game. Albany State in front of Fort Valley State. 9.5 remaining in the fourth. Brianna Griffin rises up but can't reel it in on the sideline. And that's a turnover by Albany State. That's their 13th. That's well under their season average of 23. And that was something that Coach Stanton wanted for her team. They needed to take care of the basketball. And right there, they tussle for the rock. Albany State will watch Fort Valley State have it on the alternating arrow.
Yeah, after Brianna Griffin threw the ball away, she said, I want to get it right back. I'm close to the basket.
A Stevenson can't snag it. Albany State is determined to earn a possession, and they do just that after forcing another jump ball. You see, Stevenson could not control it. And Jasmine Fairchild going to the floor. What is the adage? First one to the floor usually wins the basketball.
That is true.
Albany State in possession. Kendall Davis doubled in the corner. And as that ball trickles on the baseline, Albany State will keep possession.
Right now, Albany State needs to put a little bit more touch on their passes. They have the lead. There's no need to start forcing passes. Let the games come to you.
Milana Holmes is fouled. And she has 4 points, which is already above her season average. And she'll shoot a couple after being hit on the arm.
Milana Holmes is a captain of this team, so what she doesn't produce offensively, she produces in other ways. I've seen her this entire game standing up every single time one of her teammates scores a basket, and it's good to see her contributing as well.
First free throw looks good for Milana Holmes. Holmes is the senior from Mableton, Georgia, and she shoots her free throws at about 76%. Both free throws fall for her. She now has 6. And that is 2 off her season high of 8, which she had versus Miles College back in January. Kendall Davis, a little hip bump. And that's a foul on Davis. Cameron O'Neal back to her feet. For Davis, that is her second personal. More pressure by Albany State. It's broken by the Wildcats. Let's see if they start to play from the elbows like Coach Robertson wanted. Barnes stuck. Now Stevenson gets to a spot. No good.
They keep pulling up so far away from the basket. Coach Robertson said that he wants his team to go downhill.
Bad pass by Jazare Vick. A nice dime, and Ariana Booker can't score it, but she's fouled from behind. So Booker will go to the line for 2.
Very unselfish right there by Mrs. O'Neal. I would have taken that all the way.
So Anaya Allen, Kamora Wade, and Marley Bell all come back in for what you could probably expect to be the remainder of the contest. We will have media timeouts, which will give them another break. And you talked about how long Anaya Allen had been on the bench. She has the 5 points from the first half, but that's it on the day. Booker can't score from the free throw line.
I said that this game had to be a redemption game for her. There's plenty of time for her to pick it up. Last time these two teams saw each other, she only had 9 points that game.
Ariana Booker goes 0 for 2 from the line. Gets a rebound. Excellent pass down low. And Marley Bell scores. Plus the foul.
Booker getting her own rebound. When I used to play, that would be 5 suicides right there. If the free throw shooter is able to get their own rebound, who's boxing her out? Let's take a look. Nobody put a body on her. And a great pass and finish.
And we can see that athleticism for Bell as she just pogo sticks off the court. Strongly put it in, and she cannot complete the old-fashioned three-point play. Vick turns it over.
Good defensive pressure by the Wildcats. Made Jazz Vick pick up the basketball so far away from the basket, and nobody was there to help her.
Anaya Allen gives off to Corey Barnes. Now it's Marley Bell who rises and shoots a little wide.
That is the elbow, though.
That's what Coach
That is
wanted
where
her to
Coach
play from.
wanted his team to play from.
And this is the moment where Albany State's going to have to grow up a bit. How do they deal with this press as Barnes hits Johanna Bell right in the face? That's just the second team foul on Fort Valley. And for Barnes, that is her third. So Johanna Bell needing an extra second to regain her composure. As you see, boom, right near the nose and the eye.
Great job by the Golden Rams, able to get the basketball in the middle. That is how you break a press.
15 turnovers on the day for Albany State. Have to keep hold of possession down the stretch. Kendall Davis, a knifing drive. She earns herself a trip to the free throw line.
You know, Coach told us earlier this week that one-on-one she's hard to guard, but she just took 2 people to the basket and still was able to get a shot off. She's only a freshman. She has a very high ceiling.
Coach Stanton recruited Kendall Davis when she was even at her prior institution. So when Davis decided to come here and play at Albany State, Coach Stanton already knew what she was getting from the freshman from Peachtree City, Georgia. And she was getting a supreme athlete who can get by pretty much anybody in the league. Both free throws fall for Davis, who's had a quiet day. Just 4 points for the freshman, but the lead is 9. And Albany State is in full control of this contest, and this building is silent. And that's what you want when you're a team on the road in a rivalry matchup.
Yes, it is.
Fort Valley State trying to avoid falling for the 7th time in their last 8 games in conference. Anaya Allen thought about the 3, then took it, left it short. Albany State is looking to run, and Allen just takes it away from Bell. Then a late foul by Bell, compounding the mistake.
Good anticipation by Allen.
That's the 2nd foul on Bell, the 14th foul. So Fort Valley State will be shooting free throws for the remainder of this game. Can they get to the free throw line is the question.
If they go downhill, they can. Face the basket.
Wade goes right to the rim, takes a lot of contact, and she will shoot free throws.
You might have to call me That's So Raven, James, because I think I can see the future. All you have to do is get downhill. The refs are calling it.
Milana Holmes is called for the personal. That's her first, team's 5th. So Kimora Wade, who's been quiet since scoring all of her points in the first half, now back at the line. Free throw looks good for Wade. She now has 7 free throws to go along with 8 rebounds and an assist. Once she learns her spots on the court and plays with tempo in the offense, she's going to be very good. Those were the words of Coach Robertson. She goes 1 for 2 on this trip. It's an 8-point game. Bell in some trouble. Gives off to Davis. More trouble near midcourt, and that's going to be a jump ball.
Great defensive pressure right there by the Wildcats. That's what they need to do. They need to stop, and they need to go head on the other end and get a score.
Fort Valley State furious defensively right here. Let's see, Kendall Davis in a phone booth. Nowhere for her to go. An excellent trap by Anaya Allen and Cameron O'Neal. Now the question is, can they capitalize? Marley Bell wants it with Peterson on her. Bell attacking, no, and a rebound snagged down by Milana Holmes. Holmes is putting in some really good minutes. She averages just 10 a game, but has the 6 points to date and that key rebound to finish off that possession.
Since she's gotten into this game, she has been impactful.
Paxton turns it over. Anaya Allen, who has struggled throughout this game, has back-to-back steals. Now Allen attacking. Marley Bell is behind the play, but Allen can't see her. And Allen will calm things down and run the offense.
I'd like to see a little bit more urgency from the Wildcats.
Fort Valley State needing points and needing it in bunches. 4 seconds to shoot, but this is where Allen tends to operate. Cash money! Anaya Allen, for the third time today, scores when the buzzer sounds. And I guess she has to see red to find the bottom. And it's a 5-point game.
Coach Stanton said that they couldn't play any better defense. This is what Anaya Allen has been able to do this entire game. There's a little less than 5 minutes to go, and we're going to see who comes away with the win.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it.
Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Questions, Governor. This is gonna hurt. Hold them as long as you can. You're a deer in the jungle here, my boy.
Join in on the action. Watch free on Local Now.
Arnold Jackson.
This is small place.
With a new family, he's got it all.
This is my kind of pan.
But he still finds a way to get in trouble.
I've never seen a black goldfish before.
That's okay. He never saw a rich white man before either.
And he's still got plenty of questions.
What you talking about, Wish?
We're talking about different strokes on the Griot Classics, your neighborhood for classic laughs. Check your local listings. America's Court with Judge Ross.
Hold on. This has nothing to do with the necklace.
You don't get to control what happens up in here?
Judge Ross is back with all new cases.
Did he say to you, I think you're cheating on me?
Yes.
We had you take a lie detector test.
And the same attitude.
I asked the questions up in here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Daytime Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Case closed.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Anaya Allen has been the definition of clutch here today.
Each of her baskets have came in a very exciting fashion. She has 8 points, and believe it or not, each of them came in this way. Her team has been in this game, I think, mentally because of her ability to make exciting shots like this. But they're going to need way more than just clutch buckets if they want to come away with a win.
Anaya Allen, who had just 9 points the last time these two teams met. She struggled in that contest, but Fort Valley State got the win. Can she come up clutch in these late situations with her team down 5 as we go under 5 minutes to play in the contest? Johanna Bell handles out front. Allen also has had some key steals on the last couple of possessions. Her defense has been dynamic. Fort Valley State defending well again. Late shot clock. Mahavia Paxton sees her shot roll off.
Great rebound right there by Marley Bell.
A chance to inch a little closer. 5-point difference. Albany State in front. On a snap. And 8-game losing streak in conference. Kamora Wade faces up, goes right to the rim, and bullies her way in for a bucket plus the foul.
Kamora Wade has been the superhero of this game from start to finish. She's been playing bully ball in the paint, finishing against multiple defenders.
Hashtag weight room for Kimora Wade. And now she goes to the line for the old-fashioned three-point play. Wade can't finish the three-point play. She has 9 points, 8 rebounds, and her team is down by 3. Anaya Allen gets her hands on another basketball. Albany State will continue in possession. And the crowd is back in it for Fort Valley State. Bell, deep three. Kira Peterson can't snag the rebound. And a chance for Fort Valley State on the run. Anaya Allen's jumper rolls off. Marley Bell skies up for the rebound, and she's fouled.
Second chance opportunities lead to great things. Coach Stanton, she said it this entire game, her team needs to box out, and they have not been doing a great job at that. Watch this great rebound by Marley Bell. Just her elevation, James.
Kendall Davis is called for the foul. That is her 4th. Marley Bell makes the free throw. 7 points now for Bell, who scored more than 2,100 points in her career at Montgomery County High School. Second free throw is no good, and it's a 2-point game. Paxton picks up the basketball and just throws it down the line, and it is another turnover.
And a great question Coach Stanton is asking, who were you throwing it to? Not sure if she was trying to throw it to her teammates.
She asked
on the
her,
bench.
"What are you doing?"
This is when maturity is really necessary.
O'Neal gives to the leader, Anaya Allen. Allen goes and almost banks it in again. Ball rolls out, and it will be Albany State basketball. That basketball did everything but fall for Anaya Allen.
Anaya Allen has had a tough game when it comes to scoring points, but she can affect the game, as you mentioned, James, in other ways, and it's going to start right here, getting a defensive stop.
Jazzaray Vick has been quiet since scoring her 10 points early on. Vick, nice look to Yasmin Fairchild.
Great patience by Jasmine Vick.
And an offensive foul on Cameron O'Neal. Kendall Davis was close, and that's where the foul came, but this is nasty from Jazzaray Vick.
Great patience and court vision, seeing her teammate wide open while all the attention was on her.
A chance to push out the lead. Kendall Davis does the Odell Beckham to snag that on the sidelines. Gets down low to Kira Peterson, and she can't score from close range. Marley Bell with another rebound. That is her 6th. Anaya Allen, the step back. Wide right. And she cracks a smile, which is something to see after having such a tough day. She's going to keep shooting, although she's 3 for 15 on the afternoon.
I'm going to keep saying that. I like to see her go downhill, you know?
Fairchild with the snag. And Jazzaray Vick had an open look, but again, you talk about the poise and the basketball IQ from her last pass. Calms things down, winds the clock.
Very smart, very great idea. Winding the clock down, putting her defenders to sleep.
Peterson just gets this up. And it will be Fort Valley basketball. If there is something positive, they took all the clock all the way down. 1:39 remaining.
This is when conditioning plays a part as well. A lot of these ladies on this court have played more than 20 minutes in this matchup.
Addison, who's been key in this second half, goes on Peterson. Her layup just rolls off, and on the box out, it's going on Wade. So Kimora Wade is called for the loose ball foul as Jasmine Fairchild and Wade end up on the floor. The fans letting the officials know how they feel about the call.
Kimora Wade pleading her case, saying that she had her on her back. I think Kimora Wade tried to pull the chair out from underneath her, but instead she went down, and no ill intent there though, but definitely a foul.
Fairchild, no good on her first attempt. She shoots her free throws at 67%. And she's a senior from Lawrenceville, Georgia. She knows what this rivalry means. Goes 0 for 2. Wade grabs the rebound, and she is fouled down low. So she will go to the other end to shoot free throws, working on a double-double.
Kimora Wade is the superhero of this team from start to finish. Without her, this game looks tremendously different for the Wildcats.
And for more on Wade, Todd Bozeman. Couple of technical difficulties. We'll get to Todd in just a moment as Wade goes to the line.
Coach talked to us about Kimora Wade earlier this week, but I don't think he emphasized how important she is to this team.
Kimora Wade, guys, she is dominant. She shows her presence in the paint. She has a tattoo above her right knee that says, "Worry about nothing, pray for everything." Philippians 4:6.
And for Wade, she goes 0 for 2 from the stripe. This game has been stuck on 48-44 for a moment. And right now, Albany State has a chance with 1:11 remaining as Nahavia Paxton goes to the line. And there is those words of wisdom from Philippians. Something that Kimora Wade lives her life by.
And she's worrying about nothing right now, okay? She's playing with reckless abandon.
Paxton misses the free throw. And so both teams leaving some points on the line. But for Albany State, they're 16 of 23. This is a big one. And this one's off. Marley Bell rises up again. So much energy as she leaves the floor. That's her 7th rebound.
Free throws, free throws, free throws. They're free.
Allen took the bump. Could not score, but she will go to the line to shoot 2 to make this potentially a 2-point game.
It's looking very similar to the last time these two teams played. It ended in some very important free throws.
So Kira Peterson commits the personal. For Peterson, that's her 3rd. First free throw falls off for Allen. Coming up after this game, join Nicole, Hutchison, and Tolly Carr in our Atlanta studio, breaking down all the latest HBCU news and hot topics on HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show, presented by Swiffer. This is a big free throw to make it a 1-possession game. It falls for Anaya Allen. Coach Akia Stanton will call timeouts to really set things up So we'll take a break, be back for the remainder of this contest, the final 59.2.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta. What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first.
Here high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Direct.
Don't you ever look up at the sky and roll your eyes. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Realistic.
I will maybe have a tendency to
spend too
overindulge.
much and won't be able to pay your rent. That's the problem.
He holds the line.
I resent it, and I resent you for doing it.
Powerful.
I don't know where you've been, but you're gonna respect this courtroom. I'm gonna throw you out real quick.
Mathis Court is in session. Check your local listings for times and channel.
A close one to be expected in this rivalry matchup between two teams that are about 68 miles away. And right now, Albany State is trying to get the win over Fort Valley State. Lawrencia, Jazare Vick has been great all day, but she's going to be key as the PG here down the stretch.
She definitely is. She's been showing a lot of patience, and her team has been feeding off that, but it's going to be essential in these last few moments.
Albany State has to get the ball in, and they can't.
Too much patience.
So the Golden Rams call a timeout to set up a break to get the ball in and end up turning it over on a 5-second violation. So in this one possession game, a chance to tie or make it a 1-point game for Fort Valley State. Wildcats just get the ball in, and we're under a minute to play. Kamora Wade hands off to Taylor Addison. And now the playmaker, Anaya Allen. A foul going on Brianna Griffin. And now Marley Bell will go to the line to shoot two.
Very interesting call.
Griffin thought it was a moving screen, so she was clapping, expecting to get the basketball. But it ends up being Marley Bell going to the line.
Yeah, as we take another look at it. Not even sure where the foul is.
And Bell makes the first free throw.
Marley Bell, she's came up big in this game.
Two for two for Bell. She has 9 points, and it's just a 1-point game with under 45 seconds remaining. Those free throws were humongous for Fort Valley State, especially because they were shooting just 44% prior to that trip for Bell. Fort Valley on a 10-2 run. And they have not led in this game since the first quarter when it was 5-4. Done all the work to get all the way back, but they're still trying to get all the way back, including being ahead. And so, again, I asked you, we talked about Jazare Vick. She could not get the ball in. Another timeout is called. And who are you trying to get the ball to if you're Albany State?
Listen, I'm going to try to get to the ball to the young lady who leads the conference in rebounds, Kira Robertson. She shows up against the Wildcats every time. Last time she had 20 points and 11 rebounds. Today she didn't have such a spectacular performance so far, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Yeah, Kira is key. Ball into Johanna Bell. Shot clock and game clock differ by about 12 seconds, so Fort Valley State definitely going to play this out. Down by 1. Bell doesn't want the screen initially. Allen gets her hands on it. So 18 seconds remain on the shot clock.
Bell has to be careful. She's so far away from the basket.
Bell is fouled. by Anaya Allen. And Allen, wanting to extend the game, you have to assume, commits the personal. Just a one-point game and plenty of time. Don't necessarily need to foul there.
You definitely don't need to foul.
So Johanna Belt, the senior from Miami, goes to the line. She's not the person to foul. She shoots 93% from the charity stripe. First one falls. That stops a stretch of 4 straight misses from the line by Albany State in clutch time. 2 for 2 for Johanna Bell. And now the lead is 3, but Bell comes right back and commits a personal of her own. So Anaya Allen will go to the line to cut the lead back down to 1.
You know, I'm a little convinced that these young ladies are trying to put on a show for these fans. She looks confused, but she ran and put 2 hands on her.
So Anaya Allen, who's struggled, to say the least, on the day from the field, goes to the line, and the hometown gym, you see the roll fall, and she now has 10. Here's the big one to make it a 1-point game. Ice cold from Anaya Allen. Makes it a 1-point game, and Coach Robertson will call a timeout, a full timeout, to set the press. And now if you're Albany State, it's so key to not only get the ball in, but to secure the ball with no timeouts. Still a lot of time, and a lot of things can happen here late.
Yeah, you know, I firmly believe that Albany State was just trying to get the ball in and hold the ball, but at this point, with being only up by 1, you need to score. Okay, it's not only about getting the ball across half, but actually putting it into the hole.
Fort Valley State defensively has really picked things up. You see the fury that they played with, and that's what Coach Robertson wants. He wants his team to play with pace defensively in regards to their tempo, and that has really helped them get back into this game. They've been down by as many as 10 points going back to the second quarter. They have been down by double figures in the second half as well. And so right now, all of that can be for naught. They can find a way to force a turnover by Albany State. And the Golden Rams on the day have 21 turnovers. That is 2 off their league lead in a category that you don't want to lead the league in. 5 on the floor for Albany State is Kyla Reagans, Yasmin Fairchild, Kira Peterson, Brianna Griffin, and Johanna Bell. And the Boo Birds rain down from the Fort Valley State fans. And is that going to be an offensive foul? It will! Johanna Bell runs through Anaya Allen, and we've talked so much about Anaya Allen's struggle on the offensive end today, shooting just 3 for 15, but her defense has never faltered, and she steps in front there, forcing the turnover, and Fort Valley State will have possession and an opportunity to win this game.
Both teams knew how emotionally charged this game was going to be. Keeping your head in the game and staying level-headed was key this entire matchup.
So Johanna Bell fouls out right there. And she's had a couple of key mistakes. She committed the foul on Anaya Allen that allowed Allen to go to the free throw line to make it a 1-point game, and then commits the offensive foul to give Fort Valley State possession. Now the tables turn to the Wildcats. Allen has been clutch in the buzzer sounds for Fort Valley State all day, and she has to be the player you're trying to get the ball to here late.
I would not come up with any other option, and I feel good about that because they have a young lady named Kimora Wade who has been dominating on the offensive boards if she doesn't make her shot.
And again, here you see Bell just running over Anaya Allen as Fairchild was trying to hit the screen. So the 5 on the floor for Fort Valley State: Kimora Wade, Marley Bell, 2 freshmen, and then 3 sophomores: Cameron O'Neal, Anaya Allen and Taylor Addison. 22.2 remains, and Albany State clinging to a 1-point lead right now. Kick ball on Albany State. So Fort Valley will keep possession. Ball in the hands of Anaya Allen. 11 points on the day. Elevator screen not there, so Cameron O'Neal stops off. 13 seconds remain. Allen just throws it up, and the foul comes from our official on this right sideline. So Anaya Allen shooting a 3 is fouled, and she will go to the line with a chance to give her team the lead.
We talked about it this entire game. There's no need to foul a 3-point shooter.
Fort Valley State in this quarter alone shooting just 7 of 16 from the line. But Anaya Allen on the day is shooting 3 of 4 from the charity stripe. Albany State does have one timeout, so they will have a chance to advance the ball regardless of the outcome of these free throws. But Allen has a chance to give her team the lead from the line. Our officials are over at the scores table talking something out. And now there will be a quick discussion, which for Anaya Allen does not help the nerves that come with these clutch free throws looming.
These are the games and the moments that you live for as a player. This is her team. She's the leader of this team, and this is her time to show improvement.
And check that. First free throw is good. Our baseline official is saying that it's just 2 shots.
You're right.
So this is the one to put Fort Valley State ahead. And Anaya Allen, perfect from the line. Fort Valley State leads by 1. Their first lead since it was 5-4 with 6:18 remaining in the first quarter. They are now on a 14-4 run in this fourth quarter alone. And Albany State still might have something to say, but so much you can say about not only Anaya Allen, but Fort Valley State overall to come back in this contest.
You know, this team has progressively gotten better. And when it counts the most, Anaya Allen has been able to show up for her team.
I mean, for Allen, just to think about the day she's had from the field, she shot, I think, 3 for 15. It's been an absolute struggle, but her defense has never gone away. She has a couple of steals, she has a couple of buckets, and she has pretty much, from the free throw line, brought her team all the way back. And these are just clutch free throws that she's been hitting late.
Yes, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. It has been a roller coaster ride for Anaya Allen, but in these last few moments, she has showed why she is the leader of this team. She just got to finish it off.
Now, if you're Albany State, you have fallen in this contest, but you still have a chance with 10.4 remaining. Who's going to get the ball, and how are you going to get them the ball if you're the Golden Rams?
I'm still going with Kira Robertson. I truly believe that if the ball is in her hands, good things will happen. The defense expects the ball to go to her.
Kyla Reagans, Jazrae Vick, Kira Peterson, Brianna Griffin, and Milana Holmes are the 5 on the floor for Albany State, trying to take down their rival from 68 miles to the north. Ball comes in to Jazrae Vick. Vick is bumped, scores! Oh!
Jazzaray Vick.
A go-ahead bucket for Jazzaray Vick. And she'll go to the line with a chance to add to the lead.
Jazzaray Vick has stumbled, but she has never faltered. She did not have a perfect game today, but she has showed up for her team defensively and offensively.
$12 points now for Jazzaray Vick. 7.2 remains. Fort Valley State still has a timeout. Pure from the line for Jazzaray Vick, and her villain mask is on the road. What a bucket from Jazzaray Vick.
Listen, I said it at halftime. She has been in her duffel, deep in her Birkin bag, okay? She's been doing everything for this team. She's knocked down threes. She's kept the defensive pressure on Anaya Allen, holding her throughout the game. And now she's being rewarded.
The script flips now to Albany State on defense and Fort Valley State on offense. We saw a foul which sent Anaya Allen to the line. She made her two to give her team the lead. Albany State comes right back and scores, plus the foul for Jazzaray Vick. They have a 2-point lead. 7.2 remaining. Who's getting the ball if you're the Wildcats?
Listen, I don't think we have to question. If anyone is not getting the ball to Anaya Allen, there's an issue. They have two great players down low that will get those offensive rebounds, but there's not time for that. They've got to go with who's been knocking down clutch shots.
Allen is that player. 5. A perfect pass down low, and Marley Bell scores! 1.8 remaining. Paxton throws it. It's no good. And Fort Valley State is victorious. Oh my, it was that was to tie the game. That was to tie the game. It's 53-all. We're going to overtime.
Great finish by Bell. Listen, James, this game has been entertaining from start to finish. You mentioned the crowd. They are in it now, full force. And the score is 0-0.
The free throw by Jazzaray Vick was huge to give it a 2-point lead. This ties the game late. And we go to overtime.
Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Wish?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
Cars.tv. Everything cars.
Carr's 1957 410 Super America Ferrari.
Right behind me is a 612 Scaglietti, which is our top-of-a-range 12-cylinder front engine.
This has a twin supercharger system and produces 780 horsepower.
I'm here with my 1995 Ferrari 456 GT. Very fast, from 0 to 60, definitely under 6.
Be sure to watch Cars.tv. Check your local listings.
Free basketball here in Fort Valley, Georgia. Marley Bell with a clutch bucket down low as Anaya Allen with a perfect pass. And here's Bell for the bucket. So we go to overtime and reset things for Fort Valley State and Albany State. What a game this has been. And an opportunity for some more.
we mentioned that this game is personal. From start to finish, both teams have been playing extremely hard.
Marley
the score
Bell
is 0-0.
wins the tip, and Fort Valley State is in possession. What an emotionally charged into that contest. And we still have 5 minutes remaining just to end of that half.
I think this is the best possible outcome.
More basketball for sure.
More basketball. But this is when conditioning is a big key.
Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Albany State basketball. Albany State was leading 46-37, and it was a big run down the stretch to give Fort Valley State a chance in this game. Now Jazrae Vick maneuvers to the lane. She leaves that short. Yasmin Fairchild with the offensive rebound, but she traveled.
Jazrae Vick looks like she rolled her ankle a little bit.
So now a chance for Fort Valley, who came all the way back, down by double figures in the first half.
It's going to come down to execution. At this point, everyone is tired. So don't lean on your athletic ability, but now listen to your coach and execute.
7 seconds on the shot clock. Anaya Allen takes the jumper. It's short. Hits the rim, but goes out of bounds, and it will be Albany State basketball. So no team has scored about a minute and 12 seconds into this overtime session. The top players for Albany State have been Jazrae Vick with 13, Kira Peterson with 11, to go along with 7 rebounds for Peterson, who leads the conference in rebounds. Key possession here early in this overtime session. Fort Valley State has gone to a zone.
Fort Valley State really trying to spread out the Golden Rams.
Vick. Now, Paxton just digs it out and scores.
Great job by Paxton, following the ball, tracking it down, and putting it back into the hole.
Bell, the hero, gives off to Cameron O'Neal, who's been quiet today, has just the 3 points. Kamora Wade wants it down low. Wade goes down the lane. She's no good. Marley Bell wants to go back up, gets her own rebound. Bell will not be denied, and she'll go to the line to shoot 2.
They've got to put a body on her. I know it's hard with both Kamora Wade and Marley Bell down there. That means that everybody has to box out.
2:52 remaining in this overtime session. Marley Bell knocks down the first free throw. And for Bell, she just continued to get better and better over the course of this game. Now in double figures with 10. She has 9 rebounds. Both her and Kamora Wade working on a double-double. Wade already has hers with 11 and 10. And now Bell makes the other free throw. We're tied at 55. Peterson gets a touch. Almost turns it over and does.
Taking care of the ball, securing the basketball. .23 turnovers for the Golden Rams.
That's right at their season average, which is the most in the league. Cameron O'Neal's jumper just rolls off. And now we go under 2 minutes to play. Another tight ball game. How is this one going to end down the stretch? Peterson lets it fly, and she's fouled.
I can see everyone on the floor right now looking a little bit winded. But this is not the time to be tired. Less than 2 minutes to go. Lay it all out on the floor, and you'll come away with a good outcome.
So Peterson at the line will shoot 3. First one falls for Kira Peterson. She is the leader for Albany State. 12 points on the day now. Second free throw is good. Peterson, who's top 10 in the league in points, leads the league in rebounding. Well on our way to a first-team All-SIAC nod this year. Goes 2 for 3 from the line, and it's a 2-point game. A minute 48 remaining. Anaya Allen has it up top. Allen, who's been fantastic down the stretch of this contest, gives up to Wade. Kamora Wade just flips it up. Wade can't get the offensive rebound. Albany State coming the other way. A minute and a half remaining. Anaya Allen guarding Jazrae Vick.
Jazz Vick can't play with it. She's too far away from the basket.
And then turns it over. A minute remains. Anaya Allen diving down the lane. Foul's called, and she'll go to the line with a chance to tie.
Anaya Allen, this is where she has truly showed her leadership ability at the free throw line.
Both teams with a timeout in OT. First free throw for Allen is good. Did not know that she's played 34 minutes of the 40 in this contest. Second free throw is pure as well. So Yasmin Fairchild will come out. Milana Holmes will come back in. Had 6 big points throughout the contest. We are tied once again at 57 all. OT number 1. Jazrae Vick had the go-ahead bucket with 7.2 remaining in the first part of the game. Almost another turnover, and now a jump ball.
Such a risky pass, a bounce pass from the three-point line into the paint when they're in zone. Very interesting.
Paxton goes right to Peterson. Peterson is blocked. Blocked by Kamora Wade. And then a foul on Albany State.
Kamora Wade saving her team once again, putting on her cape. That young lady is relentless.
Here is the block, and then a bump by Nahavia Paxton. So now Marley Bell will go to the line with a chance to give her team the lead. As Marley Bell was walking down the floor, she was kind of clutching at her abdomen on a tough fall. We talk about the freshman, we talk about nerves.
Nerves are out the window now. You played over 40 minutes a game, and we're in February. You're not even a freshman anymore. That's over.
Doesn't look to be a freshman on that first one. Bell now with 12. looks very seasoned from the line after making 2. Her team is up by 2. Paxton doesn't see Anaya Allen from behind, and now Jazrae Vick holds. Shot clock and game clock differ by about a second. Fairchild, now Holmes to Peterson. Peterson banks it in! We're tied at 59! Clutch bucket after clutch bucket for both teams. And this has been a spectacular contest as Kira Peterson comes up big.
Kira Peterson has missed a few down low, but when it counts the most, she has showed up for her team, scoring that on not 1, but 2 very talented Wildcats.
Peterson now has 15 points on the day to go along with 8 rebounds and a couple of steals. And what a contest. We still have the men's contest coming up after our sports crossover. But wow. Now, Fort Valley State, another chance to win it. 11.1 remaining. We talked at length about Anaya Allen, Marley Bell, and Kamora Wade are also options for Fort Valley State.
Great options. I'm still putting the ball in the hands of Anaya. Even when she didn't put the ball up to score, she did something great, and she passed it off to her teammate. When the ball's in her hands, good things happen.
Men's contest to come about 20 minutes after this one comes to a close. 10 seconds on the game clock. Anaya Allen guarded by Jazrae Vick. 5 seconds. Taylor Addison, the step back. She's blocked. Marley Bell gets it back up. And it falls! Fort Valley State wins it. 61-59.
Marley Bell, the 6-sport athlete, has saved her team. Great game.
Bell has the tying basket in regulation, then has the go-ahead basket in the overtime session, and her ability comes up in such a big moment. Wow! What a game! Marley Bell, who scored more than 2,000 points at Montgomery County High School. Coach Robertson said, I was running out of gas getting to and from Montgomery County. And that gas, well worth it. All the money spent for Marley Bell. Today's player of the game is brought to you by Verizon, and it's Anaya Allen. Allen had the dime down low to Marley Bell for the bucket at the end of regulation. She finished with 15 points, a couple of assists, and 3 rebounds. But whether it's Bell, whether it's Allen, or whether it was Kamora Wade, Fort Valley State finds a way to win. After being down by double digits early, they come back and they take down their rival, Albany State. We're off to the HBCU GO Sports Crossover. Men's action will come after. Stick with us.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
There's a lot happening at this hour.
Free, local, and national news from across the U.S.
We've got some breaking news to get to, an exclusive out of our Pentagon.
City to city, Local Now has your community covered.
Developing right now. We're getting details. We're on the phone making calls.
Pick any city with local news and weather.
tell you what I'm experiencing here on the ground.
All free. No matter the story, we've got you covered.
Our exclusive interview revealed new information.
Free TV that starts in your city.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Style is king on the Jeffersons.
We are the Jeffersons.
And George Jefferson takes the crown.
Remember, I worked my way from the bottom up to the top.
But not before his wife tears him down.
Sometimes I call him loudmouth. I wear the pants in this family. And when you zip them up, include your mouth.
Watch the Jeffersons on the Griot Classics, your neighborhood for classic laughs. Check your local listings.
The first game of the doubleheader of the day, absolutely living up to the hype, and it came down to one player herself, Marley Bell. Can we talk about her being clutch in overtime? Welcome in to the HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show presented by Swiffer. Mop and bucket clean in half the time. The men's game absolutely will begin after the crossover with a 3:58 tip time. Hello, I'm Nicole Hutchison, and he's Tolly Carr, as we bring you the best stories in sports, entertainment, and culture from around our HBCUs. But that first game for Valley State getting the job done over Albany State, and they get the season sweep. 61-59 the final over there. You got to be impressed with that.
That felt like 5 games into one, but if you had to sum it all up, it would be Marley Bell. She was cleaning the glass, had 12 clutch rebounds, 15 points, including the shot to take it into overtime and the one to win it at the buzzer. Great game.
Her and Anaya Allen absolutely clutch for both teams. But as we got to switch gears, as Black History Month is coming to a close, we look forward to celebrating women in the month of March for Women's History Month. One milestone kicks off next week. It's the 50th anniversary of the CIAA Women's Basketball Tournament. We recently talked to the commissioner of the CIAA, Jackie McWilliams Parker, and got her thoughts on this key moment in women's basketball history.
Celebrating the women's 50th anniversary or tournament, it's important because, one, it took so long to get to 50 years. The fact that we're celebrating 79 years of the men's tournament and only 50 of the women's tournament kind of is mind-boggling. You know, Title IX was passed in 1972, and we didn't even start having, like, really organized championships for the women until 1975. And so to celebrate this monumental year, it's important to let these women know their contributions to the game of basketball. Basketball has always been, for women, a strong sport. They just haven't had the same opportunity to have the exposure that we're providing for these women now in the game, from our media marketing all the way to our social media, all the way to learning her story. I think it's important that as we hashtag painting her story for this 50th anniversary, that we get an opportunity to really highlight why the women's game in the CIAA has been important and provided me a space to be a part of the history. I'm a former student athlete in the CIAA. I played at Hampton University 1987 to 1991. Played on the 1988 Women's Basketball National Championship. Now, I do have to tell people I never won a basketball CIAA tournament, which is like traumatic that I don't have a basketball CIAA championship, 2 volleyball championships, but to win a national championship with the women that I got to play with was an incredible experience as a freshman coming in 1988. There's only been 3 women's programs in the HBCU space that has ever won a national championship, and I'm part of that with Hampton. But Virginia Union University is the first women's basketball team to win, and then Shaw University won in 2012, the 3rd opportunity that was provided for them to play in the national championship. So it's pretty special. And then I've coached in this conference. I've been an administrator in the conference way before I was a commissioner of the conference. So it's full circle to be a player, to be a coach, to be an administrator, and then now to be able to lead this 50th anniversary. to see Elizabeth City State University win their first championship ever, that to me was a highlight. Anybody can win in this conference if you just come with the right attitude, you have the confidence, and your team collectively is together. And when you're not together, you might be that one game. Like I said, at Hampton, we were 33-1 that year. And the only game we lost was in the CIAA. And that's crazy. We were beating teams by 30 and 40 points, but lost in the CIAA tournament. So it just shows you that anyone who plays in this conference tournament, that what you thought you came in to be, sometimes that's not how it ends up. So to see Elizabeth City and Lincoln University's women, when you see teams that have never won the championship or almost there, it takes a lot of work and a lot of teamwork and good coaching and good support from our campuses for your teams to get that far. And so those are kind of the memories as the commissioner that I have. But my freshman year at Hampton and playing against Virginia State and Norfolk State and Johnson C. Smith and Central and Shaw, and St. Paul's, like, these women were ballers. Like, I thought I was balling in Colorado, but until I got to the HBCU space and start playing at Hampton and playing the schools that we played, like, these women were balling. And so my memories of just those games alone, and then now seeing us highlight a lot of these women in our 50th, sometimes it gives me a little PTSD, but it was an incredible experience to play with them, but also now I get to highlight them.
Well, prepare to see a lot of ballers ball out because the 50th CIAA Women's Basketball Tournament starts on Tuesday, February 25th and runs through Saturday, March 1st in Baltimore, Maryland. All right, we'll take a quick break. But when we come back, we'll check in on Tolly's pulse and a few standouts at the HBCU Combine. That's next on the HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show presented by Swiffer.
We bringing it live. We bringing it fresh. This is how we do sports. This ain't just sports, it's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Swiffer. Mop and bucket clean in half the time.
Swiffer. Mop and bucket clean in half the time. This is how we HBCU.
Final four, here we come!
Chuck, I hope you're earning double miles on gas with the Capital One Venture Card.
Breaker, one Nana. It's Chuck a Truck and a sweet 16-wheeler back on the road again.
On the road again?
Just can't wait to get on the road again.
Is that Willie?
The life I love is watching b-ball with my friends.
And I can't wait to get
on the road again.
On the road again.
Can't wait to get on the road again.
Life I love is watching b-ball with my friends.
I can't wait to get on the road again.
Okay, kids, let's get this party started. Coming.
We've been with you through the years.
Well, you ain't shaving nothing but hair.
Where legacies are honored.
Auntie's here.
New futures created.
Jazz, come on now.
Culture preserved. HBCUs aren't just institutions. They're a way of life. P&G and its brands proudly support you every day. This is how we HBCU.
Welcome back to the HBCU Crossover Show presented by Swiffer, and now it's time for our weekly Pulse Check with Tolly Carr. We start with the teams some are calling the hottest team in HBCU basketball. The FAMU Rattlers, led by Coach Patrick Crary, have won 9 out of their last 10 games and find themselves in second place in the SWAC. Here's this coach on his expectations for the season.
I'm the only person here that had expectations. I knew that the expectations would be good to go, and our players believed, because I believed in them, and they believed in us. We don't worry about any. We're a home underdog to Jackson State, and we won 7 out of the last 8 games. There are no expectations for us. We set the level of expectations on how we work on a daily basis, and I expect them to come in and be focused on what the task at hand, and focus every practice to make sure that they can play the best that they can play for themselves, for their family, for their teammates, and for this school.
Good stuff right there.
So this is the crazy part. He begins the season, his first year at FAMU, with a 1-year deal. Coaches don't start with 1-year deals, but he showed everyone that, guess what? I actually know how to coach basketball. He has an analytical approach. They like three-pointers as opposed to two-pointers. So he's not an old-school guy, has a new way of doing it. So he now has a 2-year extension. This was a team picked to finish 11th in the SWAC. Right now in second place. A scary proposition to take on the Rattlers when the tournament lands here in Atlanta in a couple of weeks.
I don't know. The Cowboys could argue about that one. They had guys on one-year deals last year, but no, Coach Creary certainly last year. They finished 4-14 in the conference. This year, obviously 9-4, so doing a lot of good things there. But staying with the SWAC basketball, but actually taking a moment to recognize a former SWAC standout, 2-time SWAC champion and Jackson State alum. Angel Jackson is now playing in the Athletes Unlimited Basketball League.
Yeah, drafted in the WNBA by the Las Vegas franchise. Folks, if you don't pay attention, it is very hard to make a WNBA roster. You can be a first-round draft pick and still not make the team. So this opportunity here, it's a new league that's happening this time of the year. It's on TV. A lot of people are talking about it. A lot of buzz around this new league. Great to see Angel open the door for other HBCU athletes to have another opportunity to play a professional basketball, even if you don't initially catch on in the WNBA.
Yeah, and you talk about the Las Vegas Aces. I mean, their roster is stacked with Asia Wilson, Chelsea Gay, Jackie Young. So certainly hard to stay on that kind of a roster. But switching to football, the HBCU Combine with NFL scouts took place earlier this week in New Orleans. A few of our favorites actually were standouts and impressed some scouts like Virginia Union's Jada Byers and Jackson State's Irv Mulligan.
And you see Joquin Davis there, also the wide receiver from North Carolina Central. Let's start with Irv Mulligan. Irv had a great 40 time. He ran like a 4.58 down there in New Orleans. He also showed the scouts that he can catch the ball out of the backfield, which is a big part that you expect out of running backs at the next level, a little bubble screen here or there. So he showed that he has that skill set. We saw what he could do, the top running back in the SWAC. Now, let's talk about Jada Byers out of the CIAA. His 40 time wasn't the greatest, but it's not a foot race week to week in the NFL. They don't line up and do that. You got to evade people, make them miss in small spaces, and that's what he does. And I don't know, does he look fast here to you? Looks pretty fast to me. Hopefully we'll see him at the next level. Maybe in Dallas, girl. Maybe. Y'all need a running back.
Are we speaking that into existence? We do need a running back, by the way, and this running back draft class is actually loaded. So looking forward to possibly hearing these guys' names get called this year in the 2025 NFL Draft. But that'll do it for today's Pulse. When we come back, it's a spin around social media with Social Call. But first, it's our HBCU GO tribute to Black History Month. We'll be right back for more of the HBCU Sports Crossover Show presented by Swiffer. HBCUs have always been more than schools. They're pillars of progress, empowering students past, present, and future. From civil rights icons to global leaders, HBCUs shape change makers who inspire the world. This Black History Month, HBCU GO celebrates the legacy and limitless impact of HBCUs.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it.
Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
The best free streaming service is here. From local news,
here's a look at our 5-day forecast,
national news, TV, and more.
This is, as they say, a game changer.
Local Now is packed with endless entertainment. So what are you waiting for? Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
We're back!
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Raising a family is hard.
We need help bad.
But the Evans family is always there for each other.
It sure is nice having all the family together like this.
They sure know how to have fun.
She called me ugly. That could reduce a less beautiful person to tears.
And they do it in style. Right, JJ?
Dynamite!
That's right. The Griot Classics is the place for good times. Check your local listings.
We Have a Dream. This 2-hour television event features the achievements of some of the world's most inspiring and influential figures. Business mogul and star of Shark Tank, Damon John.
Whitney Houston!
The inspirational cast of Whitney Houston, I Wanna Dance with Somebody, and much more.
Welcome back to the HBCU GO crossover show presented by Swiffer. It's almost time to get you back to Fort Valley for the second half of our doubleheader, but first it's time to get at this sweet social call where we tap into social media for stories around our culture, sports, and campus life. One of HBCU's hoops' oldest rivalries played on the national stage during NBA All-Star Weekend as Tuskegee beat Morehouse in front of nearly 20,000 fans at Oakland Arena. Celebs from the likes of Spike Lee, Jennifer Hudson, Common, and MC Hammer watched the Golden Tigers hold off late rally by the Tigers, Tolly.
Hey, way to go. Great game, great platform. Anytime we can work in the MC Hammer, I'm happy.
Absolutely. All right, that's a wrap for this week's social call. Make sure y'all keep the convo going. Hit us up on the comments and let us know your thoughts. As always, keep up with the HBCU sports by following us on all our socials under HBCUGO.tv. But we're just minutes away from our men's tip-off. We'll be right back with more.
Touch this.
AT&T has a new guarantee because not everything in life is guaranteed. Let it all out. Then get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro on us with your choice of our best plans. That's the AT&T guarantee. And right now, trade in your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone.
Any questions?
How did you become the Capital One Bank guy?
You mind? I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
How do I get your job?
Hard work, dedication.
I met the Capital One Bank guy.
It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication.
What's been the highlight of your career?
And that have to be
bank guy.
Helping people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Aren't you in the Hall of Fame?
And didn't you live in space? What's in your wallet?
The best free streaming service is here. Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
This is a game changer.
Local news, national news, TV, and more. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
We're just about to wrap it up here on the HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show presented by Swiffer, and the men are getting ready to get some action going out there in Fort Valley. But be sure to join us next week for a battle in Bama when Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State. Our coverage starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. But for now, let's get you back to Fort Valley for the second half of our doubleheader. James Hadnot, Todd Bozeman, and Lawrencia Moten will have you all covered. Thank you for joining us on the HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show presented by Swiffer. Take care.
Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it.
Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic.
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We the People delivers compelling cases and firm justice.
I think you need to begin to accept responsibility for your mistakes.
She's smart.
Even though there are accidents that happen, you have to be willing to remedy those accidents.
She's confident.
If you've been in contact with someone who has tested positive, why wouldn't you be responsible enough to get yourself tested?
We the People, all new with Judge Lauren Lake. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Back in Fort Valley, Georgia, for some men's action, you're watching HBCU GO basketball presented by Procter & Gamble. Earlier today on the women's side, we had a heart-throbbing contest. Fort Valley State at the buzzer gets the win. Marley Bell, after scoring the game-tying bucket to send the game to overtime, she has the game-winning bucket for the Wildcats. And we're hoping that this matchup between Fort Valley State and Albany State on the men's side is one to behold as well. We're in the HBE arena on the campus of Fort Valley State for some SIAC hoops. Hello, family. Let's take a look at the SIAC standings right now. Albany State and Fort Valley State in the SIAC East. Albany State trying to win the SIAC East. I'm James Hadnot. With me is Todd Bozeman. Lawrencia Moten is on our sidelines. And sometimes a sequel is better than the first one. And you think about Bad Boys 2 and The Dark Knight. And we're hoping that this is the case today. We wanted to have the sequel to that women's matchup to be as good as this men's matchup is going to be.
Well, every week we get a game that goes down to the wire. And at this point in the season, it's all about positioning yourselves for the conference tournament. So the SIAC is in Birmingham, and both of these teams are trying to put themselves in a position where they can advance in the best possible position.
Yeah, Shakur Poteet is going to be key for Albany State if they can advance and potentially win an SIAC crown here in the regular season and potentially get to that NCAA tournament.
Poteet is the one that makes them go. He's shooting 44% from the field and 39% from the three-point line. He's averaging 17 points a game. He's an outstanding scorer. Played point guard last year. This year, they moved him to the off guard, and it's opened his game up even more.
Yeah, and Sayer Sanghor, who is somebody that didn't play on the team last year for Fort Valley State. He's a transfer from East Mississippi. He has been amazing for the Wildcats.
Been a big addition. He's shooting 56% from the field and averaging 12 points and 8 rebounds. That's impressive for a post player. So he's looking to advance and put Fort Valley State in a good position for a conference tournament.
Yeah, Sanghor is a player that coach really believed in him coming out, really thinks that he can be an energy maker and a difference for Fort Valley State. The matchup is next.
Questions, gentlemen.
This is gonna hurt.
Hold them as long as you can.
You're a deer in the jungle here, my boy.
Join in on the action. Watch free on Local Now.
Daytime Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
So you were so hurt you had to get back at him.
Christina is tough,
We were not born yesterday.
compassionate, funny, and always fair.
I mean, are you so insecure that you don't trust your girlfriend?
Her courtroom is no nonsense.
Why waste your time on some dude who married somebody else and not you?
Don't miss Justice for All with Christina Perez. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Let's take a look at the starting lineups brought to you by Bevel Premium Head-to-Toe Grooming. By Bevel, because you deserve better. We talked about Shakur as well as about Sayer Sanghor. Let's think about Fort Valley State. Jalen Jackson has moved into the starting lineup for Fort Valley State. Coach said that he was supposed to be a microwave type of player, instant offense coming off the bench, but knows he's going to be necessary against a team in Albany State that's really good offensively.
Absolutely. At this point in the season, you're trying to play and be at the peak of your game. as a program. So that's where Coach Robinson's, that's where his thought process is with installing Jalen Jackson into the lineup.
Jabari Williams and Hassane Diallo are in the center circle. We're ready for action. Tip is won by Albany State. Early three is blocked by Hassane Diallo. And Kendall Johnson is denied on his first attempt from distance. Fort Valley State 9-9 in conference play. They are above 500 after a turnaround from last season where they were 7 games below 500 in conference play. Diallo is denied on his first attempt, and Albany State will come into possession.
Right away, you see where the focus is to go in the post. That's where a lot of coaches want to start their offense, is getting a high percentage shot. So going right to their guy, Diallo, who's been a presence for them in the post this season.
You see Tyrus Doucette staying right in front of Shakur Poteet, but somebody needs to be in front of Blaze Wallace as he knocks down a triple to open the scoring for Albany State.
What a cool name, Blaze. Blaze Wallace. Showing that he has the range.
He's firing from distance. Knocks down that first bucket. Here's Jalen Jackson, 10-point-per-game scorer, gives off to Marcus Scott. Excellent shooter. Now Senghor found some space, but couldn't finish as Jabari Williams from Antigua snags down the rebound. Wallace, tough catch. Now he's one-on-one with Hassane Diallo. Wallace goes up. The offhand scores, and he shows that Hassane Diallo is a little too little to guard him.
Say too small down there. Coach Gale talked about when we talked to him the other day. He talked about the importance of Wallace and Poteet.
No help defense there as Tyrus Doucette goes all the way to the rack. First points for Fort Valley State.
Yeah, I was saying how Coach Gale, he talked about the importance of those two, and then Poteet in particular being a leader and starting the team off to a great start in the summer. He said that their rise began in the summer workouts when all the guys were on time. Well, actually early is the way he stated.
Blaze Wallace can't stay hot from inside. Now, Tyrus Doucette off and running, and that's an excellent break. But the layup is missed by Diallo. Gets his own rebound. That one sit pat. Now, Shakur Poteet thought about the three. A missed opportunity by Fort Valley State in transition.
4 consecutive attempts in the paint for Fort Valley State. Let's see if that's going to be the focus again to go inside. If you look at the high-low action.
Diallo is fouled. Kendall Johnson had his hands down there along with Jashawn Aldridge. That's a foul on Aldridge, his first.
Already Coach Gale's making some substitutions.
Cameron Davis is going to come on along with Christian Gary, a freshman from about an hour and a half away in Atlanta, Georgia. Doucette, who holds the ball right now. His brother played at Fort Valley State. KJ Doucette now playing at Winthrop, former player of the year in the conference. Doucette with 7 to shoot, still working. Doucette gliding, gets his own rebound after the miss, and scores.
Staying active and staying after it, following his own shot. What coaches teach players all the time, to follow up your own shot.
All 4 points for Fort Valley State. It's been a concerted effort by the Wildcats to get into the paint. Cameron Davis leaves the door open as that one is wide to the right.
Well, you want to keep encouraging him to shoot the ball, and that's one of the things that Albany prides himself on. You don't like to see a player get down on himself early in the game, so you want to keep encouraging him to shoot that ball.
This is the guy you like shooting. He leads the team in three-point makes, but Marcus Scott goes to the rim. Blaze Wallace, who's third in the conference in rebounding, takes down the board.
We haven't seen Poteet get involved yet.
Johnson, not shy. Splash. Kendall Johnson, the junior from Denver, Colorado, knocks in the triple.
Nice three there off of that screen by Poteet. Poteet, being their leading scorer, is getting his teammates involved. So it shows how unselfish he is.
Coach Robinson said we have to stop Poteet as a playmaker. That's also going to be important. Now Jalen Jackson. Oh! A flush for Jalen Jackson.
Outstanding drive and finish by the big fella. Trying to show and prove why he's in the starting lineup.
Valley State down by 2 after that ferocious slam by Jackson. Now Poteet right to Wallace, who's waiting for space to open up. Decides to shoot, and Blaze Wallace, another bucket. 6, now 7 early points.
Again, Poteet, we know that he's explosive as an offensive player, but again, showing his leadership and making sure his teammates will get off to a great start.
We go to the under-16 timeouts. Jalen Jackson been telling coach, I don't have to come off the bench, I can start. And he slams one home early on for the Wildcats.
Direct.
Don't you ever look up at the sky and roll your eyes. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Realistic.
I will maybe have a tendency to
spend too
overindulge.
much and won't be able to pay your rent. That's the problem.
He holds the line.
I resent it, and I resent you for doing it.
Powerful.
I don't know where you've been, but you're going to respect this courtroom. I'm going to throw you out real quick.
Mathis Court is in session. Check your local listings for times and channel. Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
We had this little girl, Kaylin. Never acted before. I would say to her, okay, give me your scared face. And she really blew a hole in all of us old actors who have all of our methods of getting into an emotion and doing everything, because she could do it in one take.
ES.TV, where the stars shine. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta. What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first.
You're high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Quick start for Albany State. They lead by 4 on top of Fort Valley State. And for more on the Wildcats, Lawrencia Moten.
Thanks so much, James. Yeah, you guys, off the court, the Wildcats are putting in just as much work as they are on it, because Coach Robinson told me that this team finally hit a 3.0 team cumulative GPA, the highest since he's became coach here. And the grind is paying off in a really big way for 3 players, because they'll be graduating this May. Now, beyond the books, the basketball team is extremely tight-knit. Coach says they have a great chemistry, whether it's in practice or grabbing a meal together, which they do every week at a selected restaurant. They've built a bond, and he firmly believes that it's going to translate to the court.
Yeah, Tyler Pendergrass is another player that has a fantastic story. He just stepped on the court right now, number 20. And Pendergrass is a player that, over the course of the past 2 summers, has been with Anthony Holloman, the commissioner for the SIAC, and he has been there doing an internship. So, again, a lot of great things academically happening for Fort Valley State, along with what they're doing on the basketball court. Marcus Scott is called for the personal foul on the Wildcats. That'll be his first.
That's outstanding. I mean, that's what it's all about. They're student athletes, and in the age of transfer portal and NIL, it's important to emphasize that they're still focusing on their academics and their post-athletic careers.
And that's what Coach Robinson has to do. He has to build his team based on academics. Only has one scholarship for the team, and so it's important to be able to do that at a high level when it comes to your academics. And a high-level scorer, Shakur Poteet, knocks in the triple.
We're wondering when Poteet was going to get himself involved in the game, but he's been focusing on his teammates initially. But you talked about Coach Robinson and his focus on academics, and he's done a great job. You said he had a scholarship. It's 1.5.
Make sure I get that right. As Hassane Diallo gets it right down low and keeping Fort Valley State close. Diallo's first bucket of the afternoon. Shakur Poteet in possession right now, top 5 in the conference in scoring, but also averaging about 3 assists per game, showcasing his playmaking ability. Gets into a tight space there. And Albany State doesn't have a shot clock reset. Jabari Williams snags it down low. Williams with 4, goes up, and the soft touch falls for Jabari Williams.
Got the big fella involved. It's a good-looking prospect. And you talked about Poteet. All the coaches in the conference all talk about his explosiveness offensively and the fact that he's improved by them moving him off the point guard position.
The shooter, Antonio Pullum, can't knock it down. And now Malik Johnson coming the other way. Johnson goes down low to Williams, but it's taken away by Tyler Pendergrass. Now Jalen Jackson, who didn't take the last 3, takes this one, and it's wide to the left.
We didn't see Pullum miss a shot at all yesterday in practice, right? This was our first one in 2 days.
And Coach Robinson talked about Pullum, how he can be hot and cold at times. Over the past 3 games, he's shooting 44%, but prior to that, he went 0 in 4 straight contests. So they want to see what they've seen in the last 3 and not those 4 prior in this contest.
Exactly. It's all about consistency. And him being a senior, you want to see him finish his career here in a good fashion.
5 on the floor. Jashawn Aldridge, Jabari Williams, Blaze Wallace, Malik Johnson, and Cameron Evans for Albany State right now. 12:50 remaining, and Albany State with a lead 15-8 over their rivals from the north. Cameron Evans' shot hits every part of the rim but does not fall, and Fort Valley State has possession.
So it was a good shot, though. It's a good high percentage shot. They're not forcing anything. Coach Gale's going to have his team play with pace.
Doucette, who had the first 4 for Fort Valley, kicks to Pullum. Another look. This one hits the side of the backboard. Aldridge kicks to Evans. He wants 3. This one's off. And Jalen Jackson rises up for the rebound. Jackson finds the backboard and finds 2 more. Jalen Jackson showcasing his athleticism as he scores, plus the foul.
Outstanding play by Jalen Jackson. He gets downhill, and this is the second play in a row where he's gone in and had the ball in his left hand, and before he shot, he switched it to his right.
Jalen Jackson recruited to come off the bench and be instant offense, the transfer from Calhoun Community College. And he's had 7 straight games in double figures up to this point. And when you play well, when you put the ball in the basket, that makes sense why he finds himself in the starting lineup today.
Got to reward him. That was easy math. That math is mathing, as they say.
As they say. Jalen Jackson goes to the bench with 5. 4-point lead for Albany State. They were big-time victors over Fort Valley State. The last meeting has a nice drive from Jashawn Aldridge. He'll shoot free throws when we return.
Whether you're streaming, watching live, or catching the replay on demand, this ain't just sports, it's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Old Spice, 24/7 freshness from pits to toes and down below.
Welcome to another episode of Amir's Fit Checks. All right, now we talking, yeah.
Old Spice. This is how we HBCU.
Hey, Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan, worth $6.2 million.
What? What? That's a $6.2 million banana.
Are you kidding?
We need to find you another banana. Bananas, bananas.
Gentlemen,
What a place you have.
who eats art?
Think you're supposed to say, hey, Meta.
Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say,
Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer.
At Metro, get $25 in line for 4 lines, plus 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. It's easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Visit a store, go online, or call. Only at Metro.
Daddy, I've got some good news.
No more stinky roommate?
No more stinky roommate.
Smells like home now.
Smells like Febreze.
Febreze. This is how we HBCU.
Albany State trying to make it 8 wins in their last 10 contests. Now let's take a look at today's conference leaders, which are brought to you by Jeep. There's only one, Blaze Wallace and Sayer Sanghorn, 2 of the best rebounders in the league, dueling right now. And Blaze Wallace has been winning the duel, not only rebounding, but definitely scoring.
The young man with the cool first name, Blaze, is blazing his trail from different positions on the floor. He's also showing if you back off of him, he can knock it down, he can take it to the basket, hence the fact that he's in the top rebounders, offensive rebounders, and scorers in the conference.
7 points already today, 2 rebounds for Blaze Wallace. Now at the free throw line is Jashawn Aldridge. Aldridge will shoot 2. First free throw is good for Jashawn Aldridge, second in the conference in assists behind Bo Barber at Spring Hill College. He averages about 4.5 assists a game, and Coach Gale said he is the straw that stirs the drink. His addition to this team has really helped elevate them to a chance to win the SIAC.
Yes, it has. And anytime you have a point guard that's focused on getting his teammates involved is excellent.
Sport Valley State finds himself behind. Lawrencia Moten has more on the Wildcats.
Yeah, gentlemen, I was able to listen into the huddle that just happened. And Coach Robinson, before meeting his team, he asked his players what's working, and they all responded by going downhill into the paint. That's working for them, and he said, we'll lean on that. So I'm expecting to see a lot more of that.
Blaze Wallace with the pilfer. Kendall Johnson, extra kick to Shakur Poteet. And wow, when you have that rotation on that shot, it tends to find the bottom. Poteet's second 3 of the game.
Poteet has a kind of funny shot. Not funny in a bad way, but it's a set shot. But it's effective and very, very respected throughout the conference.
Second team all SIAC last year, so he's been a problem in this league. Averaged 16 per game last season, and he's averaging just less than 18 this season. Pullum, no good from distance, and Sport Valley State is 0 of 4 from long range to start the contest. They shot terribly from distance the last time these two teams met, just 3 of 19.
That was one of the things Coach Robinson said, that they didn't shoot the ball well, they weren't good in transition, and they didn't rebound the basketball. And he's looking for it to be different tonight.
Pullum finds the bottom, and that's a big-time bucket from Antonio Pelham.
Very much needed. Again, you want to encourage your shooters to shoot the ball. I mean, that's what they do. Coach, when we came to practice yesterday, they did a lot of drills with shooting, and he said he wants to get up at least 10 threes in this game.
Jashawn Aldridge had all day to take that shot, but it was too much time. Kyrus Doucette kicks to Mike Robinson. And Robinson stepped out of bounds before taking that shot. So we'll take a break. Antonio Pelham, check that, keep things here. As we see Pelham from distance. And the stroke looks smooth.
It looks smooth for sure. It looked smooth yesterday. So, hey, I'm just glad he's continuing to shoot the ball.
Coach,
you don't want him to get down on himself. You miss a couple shots. I mean, that's what he was brought here to do.
Robinson said, I just don't want him to shoot me out of the game. I believe in his ability to shoot, but I just don't want him to shoot me out of one. As there's some contact down low. Foul is going to go on Jalen Jackson. So Kendall Johnson will go to the line to shoot two.
As you can see there on that defensive possession, Fort Valley, when Albany catches the ball on the wing, they're trying to force him down. And it's called ice. They're icing the wings and forcing him to go baseline and not allowing him to come back to the middle.
Kendall Johnson at the line. Johnson, who is from Denver, Colorado. No good on the first, but he played at Albany Tech in Georgia. Averaged 16 points in junior college last year, and Albany Tech actually shares a gym with Albany State, so the coaching staff knew a lot about Johnson and the work that he put in, and that's why he's playing at the Division II level now.
And Coach Gale said it just by chance they happen to be walking in the gym at the same time a lot of times. What a coincidence.
Hey, put those early hours in, things tend to go your way. Johnson goes 1 for 2 from the line. Albany State leads by 7. He played half of this first half. 2 sets with 7. Now Sanghor, extra kick to Marcus Scott. Didn't get a firm catch. Now with 2, Scotts doesn't get it off. And Scott has to know if he doesn't get a clean catch, you still have a late shot clock and have to get the ball up.
Exactly. Now, some of that can be attributed to Sanghor's pass, and you want guys to make good or perfect passes, but it's not a perfect game. So, like you said, he has to be prepared to catch a bad pass and still turn it into a shot.
You didn't see very many bad passes from Jason Kidd when you were coaching him at Cal, did you?
No, it kind of spoiled me a little bit.
Blaze Wallace spoiling us with his play as he has 9 to lead all scores. And Albany State leads by 9 on top of Fort Valley.
Wallace showing that he can score from all levels and play D at the same time.
Sanghor gets to the rim and scores.
Nice lefty move there by Sanghor.
The transfer from East Mississippi Community College. And Fort Valley State got the steal. Now Petit with the reverse. So smooth for Shakur.
Smooth and always active with scoring the ball.
Sanghor drops it off to Diallo, and that's another miss from close range. Now Johnson. Cash. Kendall Johnson, his second 3 of the contest. Jalen Jackson diving into the lane is stripped, and that's off of Fort Valley State.
A lot of action there.
Wallace showcasing great footwork.
Scoring from all 3 levels. He and Poteet have their dynamic duo.
Shakur Poteet stops on a dime. Mike Robinson doing well defensively. Poteet fading, hits the side of the glass. Now Pullum trying to get into his shots. And Antonio Pelham gives it off. Sanghor one-on-one versus Jabari Williams, and Sayer Sanghor is long. So Albany State is calmly and quietly pushing their lead out. They're up by 12. Poteet is fouled. You can hear that slap from over here. And we go to the under 8 timeouts.
It's not an accident that they're in second place and putting themselves in position to compete for the division title.
Albany State has been excellent today. The shooting stroke has been pure from Kendall Johnson. 12-point lead for the Golden Rams.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
There was a lot happening at this hour.
Free, local, and national news from across the U.S.
We've got some breaking news to get to, an exclusive out of our Pentagon.
City to city, Local Now has your community covered.
Developing right now, we're getting details, we're on the phone, making calls.
Pick any city with local news and weather.
Tell you what I'm experiencing here on the ground.
All free. No matter the story, we've got you covered.
Our exclusive interview revealed new information.
Free TV that starts in your city.
Did you hear?
I can't believe it.
The residents of 227 are on the front stoop again.
Calvin wants to show me where he goes when he wants to think about things.
Huh. Must be a very small place.
If gossip is gospel on 227,
Did you see that?
then the Griot Classics is the church.
You home early, Sandra?
My boss let me off. I have a severe headache.
Your neighborhood for classic laughs. Check your local listings. America's Court with Judge Ross.
Hold on. This has nothing to do with the necklace. You don't get to control what happens up in here?
Judge Ross is back with all new cases.
Did he say to you, I think you're cheating on me?
Yes.
We had you take a lie detector test.
And the same attitude.
I asked the questions up in here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Daytime Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Case closed.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Point lead for Albany State. Fort Valley State trying to come back here in the men's game like they did in the women's game. Lawrencia Moten is with the hero from that contest.
That's so right, James. I'm with the lady of the hour, Marley Bell. Marley, how are you feeling after knocking down that game-winning shot?
I was really excited. I was just happy to win for my teammates, basically.
Now listen, it's very similar to what you did last time you guys played each other. What about these contests and that rivalry makes you rise your level of play?
We got to show them that we the real blue and gold. So I just wanted to win this game more than any game because of all the hype about it, and make sure like my teammates have a good win tonight, we have fun, and all that.
Awesome. Well, you did very well. I had a great time watching, and I'm sure everyone else did at home. Thank you so much.
And Marley Bell was exceptional in that contest, showcasing her athleticism, doing a lot of great things. Blaze Wallace down low. He continues to show off his strength for Albany State. He has 11 first-half points, and this is the largest lead of the game for Albany State at 14.
Making his impact felt, for sure.
Robinson gets to the baseline. His jumper is short. And Blaze Wallace, third in the conference in rebounds, takes down another board. Wallace has been everywhere, both offensively and defensively. Shakur Poteet makes a man fall. That was an absolute
That was an outstanding play.
Now Pelham can't leave him open. Hassan Diallo misses for the third time in close quarters. And it's just been that type of day for Fort Valley State up to this point.
Yes, it has, but just like the game before this, you know, Fort Valley was having a tough time. They kind of got themselves together. Hopefully the men will follow suit.
It's going to be a much different opportunity, much more difficult with the way that Albany State has played up to this point in the season. They are one game behind Clark Atlanta for a lead in the SIAC East, and they're trying to have their first SIAC East title since 2019. 2020 when they shared it with Morehouse. Robinson swatted, but a foul on Cameron Evans.
Yeah, Coach Gale said that he mentioned that this was one of his better teams, and he really enjoys coaching these guys. As we see Mike Robinson going to the basket.
So Robinson at the free throw line. First free throw is good for Robinson. Now let's take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance. Both players from Edward Waters. Another team that is sneaky good in the SIAC East. There are a lot of great teams in this division. Clark Atlanta, of course, won everything last year, taking down Miles. And Mike Robinson with 2 free throws makes it a 12-point game. Evans goes to Blaze Wallace, who's been wonderful today. Wallace flips it up, and it falls off. Fort Valley State will take over in possession.
I love the footwork, though. I love the footwork. I love the fact that they are continuing to keep their foot on the gas, to attack the basket. They're not playing passive. They're not playing not to lose, which is a sign of a good program.
Sayers Senghor has been quiet today, and that's been because of the defense by Blaze Wallace. Hassani Diallo goes up to grab that rebound. Diallo goes across the lane and scores.
Only fair that he got him another opportunity to score the ball, and he's the one who put it down.
Averaged less than 6 minutes a game last year, but has turned into a starter and a consistent player this season. Poteet off the ice of the ball screen gives to Blaze Wallace. Now Evans off the handoff has a good look, and it falls.
Well, Coach Gales has done a good job with his team. He has a lot of guys that are offensive threats for sure.
Pelham, a rare 2-point attempt, and that one falls.
Shooters shoot, and guys that have a offensive mindset, they stay after it. The good thing is that they're continuing to go to him.
16 points in the paint for Fort Valley. Now a steal by the Wildcats. Robinson just takes the 3 and splashes it. Mike Robinson, the freshman from about an hour and a half away in Atlanta, with a big hit.
Absolutely. As Coach said, they want to get at least 10 threes. They average about 7 per game.
We go under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Fort Valley State trying to avenge a 73-52 loss to Albany State the last time these two teams met. Pelham, good look. Bullseye. Antonio Pelham's second made 3, and Fort Valley State currently on a 12-2 run.
Took his time right there. Nice pass by Doucette. Going downhill and then finding the 3-point shooter in the corner.
Poteet gets right to the rim and scores with the left on that right side, and he is just so smooth.
He is an impressive player. He can play with on the right in his right hand or his left hand, it doesn't matter.
6-point game thanks to a couple of threes. First from the freshman, Mike Robinson, then from the shooter, Antonio Pelham. Threes, please, for the Wildcats. We'll be back in a moment.
So you gave her the secret to the sauce?
Son, there is something school can't teach.
Yeah, and you know you want to taste it.
Bounty, this is how we HBCU.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. And turn all of your purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Hi. Hi. Chocolate fundraiser.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Okay, kids, let's get this party started. Coming.
We've been with you through the years,
Boy, you ain't shaving nothing but hair.
where legacies are honored,
Auntie's here.
new futures created,
Jeff, come on now.
culture preserved. HBCUs aren't just institutions. They're a way of life. P&G and its brands proudly support you every day. This is how we HBCU.
My baby is home from college.
I can't wait for this to smell fresh again.
Perfect timing. Thanks, Mom. Stay right there. Welcome home. All grown up and responsible.
Gang, this is how we HBCU.
HBCU Greats presented by AT&T. From Fort Valley State to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Rayfield Wright dominated the gridiron, an offensive tackle of legendary skill. Wright paved the way for success during 13 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys. A Pro Football Hall of Famer, Rayfield Wright. And HBCU Greats, Rayfield Wright.
A lot of representation in the NFL Hall of Fame from HBCUs all around the country.
Think about Walter Payton at Jackson State. So many, like you said, special players have come from HBCUs on the football field, and Rayfield Wright is no different. Right now, Fort Valley State trying to come from behind. They have not led at all in this contest, and they're down to Albany State, their rivals from the South.
Albany shooting 50% from the field and 41% from the three. Tough to put yourself in the game if you can't stop them from shooting high percentage shots.
It's tough to stay in the game when you can't get the ball in because Shakur Poteet is in your pocket. Poteet forces the turnover, and that is now the 7th Fort Valley State turnover. It's led to 11 points by Albany State, which has helped them push out this lead. Aldridge stopped off well by Marcus Scott. Sanghor gets a hand on that, but it stays with Fort Valley State. Now Aldridge drops it off down low to Jabari Williams, and Sanghor and Williams had lost his defender, but did not take the shot.
Yeah, I don't think he was ready for it, and I think he overpassed. Sometimes you can do that.
Well, when you are second in the conference in assists, you're always passing, looking to pass. Jabari Williams tracks this down. Fresh shot clock for Albany State. Evans once again working on Pelham, but he does well defensively that time. And that should be an offensive foul and will be on the freshman Christian Gary. Turnover for Albany State, just their 3rd of the contest.
They're making them play D. I mean, that was good defense by Wallace. But to Albany's credit, they're making them defend in the half court.
Fort Valley State with a chance to make this a one-possession game. They started 0 for 4 from distance, but they have been 3 for 5 since. A couple of triples, one made by Antonio Pelham, the other made by the freshman Mike Robinson. Sanghor almost throws this away. It's off the foot of Kendall Johnson. And the Wildcats will have the possession, baseline out of bounds.
Yeah, I like to see Sanghor take that ball to the basket. Scott did a good job delivering the ball in the post.
Pelham left this one short. There's going to be a foul on Albany State. So the foul goes on Jabari Williams. That's his first. Now Diallo, again, held up near the free throw line. That's another foul. So the 17th foul on Albany State. Williams picks up back-to-back fouls, and he'll go to the bench. Diallo will go to the free throw line to shoot 1 and 1. Hassan Diallo, just a 63% free throw shooter. This one falls. Coach Robinson talked very much about his growth. One of the things we told him in the offseason was to hit the weight room. And in his mind, he was a wing player, but we moved him to playing in the post, so the weight room was necessary. He's put on 15 pounds of muscle, and it has shown here today. Knocks down 2 free throws, and it's a 4-point game. Albany State in front.
Got to give Coach Robinson credit for his player development during his time here, his short time here. He's had the Player of the Year, the Defensive Player of the Year, and a Rookie of the Year. And then lost them all to the portal casualties.
Blaze Wallace operates on his own against Sanghor. Wallace is blocked by Sanghor, and because the ball didn't touch the rim, that's a shot clock violation. We talk about defending in the half court. Fort Valley State has done well as they've worked their way back into this game.
Great defense by Sanghor there, going straight up as a defender and not bringing his hands down.
Doucette gives down low to Diallo, working against Wallace. Diallo, the hook shot is no good.
Diallo shoots 50% from the field.
Jashawn Aldridge just gets that one on the rim, and now a chance to run for Fort Valley State if they take it. 3-on-2, Marcus Scott kicks to Pelham. His 3, cash! Antonio Pelham is feeling it. 3 threes for the senior on senior day.
Getting hot in here. Hey, listen, he has continued to shoot the ball. He hasn't blinked. He missed some early. He didn't blink. He just kept shooting it, which is his credit and Coach Robinson's credit.
Gary down low, a strong move to score.
Nice response by Albany. Do not lose your composure. Stay the course.
Christian Gary, the freshman from Marietta, Georgia, makes it a 3-point game. Marcus Scott holds. Now Sanghor takes the jumper. It rolls off.
I don't know if that was what Coach Robinson wanted there.
Aldridge trying to go to the rim. That's a hand check foul.
Nice pass by Scott to Pelham over in the corner. When you got a guy that's hot as a point guard, you tend to look for him. Nice left hand delivery.
And you can see on that replay, his eyes were up. He knew he was in the corner, just had to find a way to get the ball to Antonio Pelham. And you talk about a senior as well. It's senior day for Marcus Scott, so both of them finding each other, that connection was important. Timeout taken on the floor. Coming up at halftime, Nicole Hutchison and Tolly Carr will catch you up on the latest news and updates from the world of college hoops. And
so James, you were explaining that play as a point from a point guard's perspective. That's the way that you did it when you played?
Oh, I was the shooter in the corner. So the point guards were finding me to take the shot in the corner. That's why I knew that Pelham also did the right thing, just shading down, getting ready, and making sure the ball was on its way to him to hit that pocket and then knock it down.
I like that. Well, but still, you saw the play taking place.
Absolutely. And Pelham has now been unconscious from distance after missing his first 4. He is now 3 of 4 from long range, and he hit 7 threes versus Morehouse in their victory over the House. And he's been shooting 44% over his last 3 games from distance. Right now, Albany State in front by 3, 16 seconds on the game clock. Ball's taken away by Sayer Sanghor. Sanghor keeps it high and scores!
And one.
Plus the foul. Sanghor is grabbing at his face.
Hope he's okay. A nice drive, though. He gets the steal, gets out in the transition, and finishes with the left hand.
So Sanghor is being helped up, but he goes right at the smaller defender, kept the ball high and away from Jashawn Aldridge, and now have a chance to tie this contest with 9.6 remaining in the first half. And Coach Robinson came out. He was not very happy, and the officials are now huddled together potentially discussing maybe a flagrant act. Our officials praise Russell, Sherricup Brown, and also Bakari Best.
What you think? You think that's a regular foul? Or would you elevate it to a flagrant? He did kind of hit him in the face, and you're supposed to put emphasis on when someone's hit above the shoulders. It didn't look intentional, though.
It looked like a basketball play. Like you said, always when there's contact to the head or neck area, that's where it can be upgraded. But right now, it does not look like the officials are going to upgrade the call, much to the chagrin of head coach Montez Robinson. But Senghor had to get some eye drops after being hit in the eye. You see him still squinting, trying to prepare for his free throw.
Nice bookend forwards for Coach Robinson with Senghor and Diallo. Both of those young men have stepped up this year and have played a lot better and helped improve the program.
Shakur Poteet is out of bounds.
Outstanding pass. I don't know how it got through there, but that was an outstanding pass.
So that means that Fort Valley State will have a chance to take a lead to end the half. And I know you're not a big fan of the double bonus and the bonus. So now I'm going to ask you another question about men's college basketball. Are you a fan of not being able to advance the ball on a timeout in situations like this?
I'm going to say, because you're putting the pressure on me to give you a response, I'd like it to be able to advance the ball, only because it would be consistent with the other leagues. Some coaches probably wouldn't like that because they want to say, hey, we want to keep it the way that it is. But I would say you want to try to lean towards having everything the same. They do it in every other level, in every other league. So why not do it in men's basketball as well?
Yeah, and the tradition, of course, that, keeping things in regards to the bonus. And so that's something that we like, but they'd have to move away from halves. It's only in men's college basketball is the only thing that has halves and not quarters. And so these are all little things that the competition committee has to be thinking about consistently. So just always want to get an inkling from you. You've been doing this a long time, so I wanted to get that nugget from you.
Yeah, it's a long time. It's definitely a long time. I mean, I appreciate you pointing that out. But sometimes people just, they like to keep things the way that they are.
Mike Robinson gets it on the run, takes the shot with 1 second, and it hits the backboard, no good. Fort Valley State was down by as many as 14 points, but now they're down by 1 going to the break. They finish the half on a 19-6 run. Coming up at halftime, Nicole Hutchison and Tolly Carr will catch you up on the latest news and updates from the world of college hoops. That's on the horizon after this break.
What's up, Mom?
Are you brushing, flossing, keeping those teeth sparkling?
Shining bright. At least that's what Tiffany says.
Who's Tiffany?
I gotta go.
Smile. Crest has you covered. This is how we HBCU.
AT&T has a new guarantee, because not everything in life is guaranteed. Let it all out. Then get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro on us with your choice of our best plans. That's the AT&T guarantee. And right now, trade in your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone.
Put Fructy Slick and Shine to the test with Argan Oil and Cara System. Miami humidity on.
Getting so hot. That's real high humidity.
Up to 72 hours frizz control.
Where's the frizz?
Fructy Slick and Shine by Garnier Naturally.
TurboTax Free Edition. 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition.
Oh, man.
Ugh, parents.
Start planning your family fun in the ultimate playground at visitcalifornia.com.
What's up, Pops?
Whoa! Be careful shaving with that, son. You can't be cool with razor bumps.
Chill, Pops. This is different. Gillette Skin Guard.
Looking clean. Almost as good as your old man.
Gillette Skin Guard. This is how we HBCU.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
First half is in the books of the men's game as the Albany State Wildcats continue to battle with the Golden Rams of Fort Valley State. Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole Hutchison along with Tolly, Carr for our HBCU GO halftime report. And as you know, each week of our panel of sports analysts and journalists work very hard to get you the top 5 HBCU teams in Division I and II. So, Tolly, are there any surprises on the men's side?
A surprise might be you thinking Howard's going to be in here. All right, let's check it out. Our top 5 poll.
Time once again for your HBCU GO Top 5 Division I Men's Basketball Poll. Number 5, South Carolina State. Jackson State at number 4. How about this team? Team of the Year, maybe? FAMU at number 3. Norfolk State at number 2, and back at number 1, it's Southern University. Division II men, number 5, Claflin out of the CIAA, and sticking with the CI, Virginia State at number 4. Clark Atlanta up to number 3. Fayetteville State, one of the hottest teams in basketball right now. They are at number 2, but the number 1 team remains Miles College.
What are you doing right
Looking
now?
for Howard.
You're looking very hard, I see. All right, childish. All right, thanks, Tolly. FAMU making an appearance as a hot ticket on the D1 side, while Miles is still holding it down in our top 5 Division II. We're at the half, though, of Albany State and Fort Valley. When we come back, we'll get back to the coaches to get their take on how things went in the first half. Stay right here.
Where leaders are forged and legacies are born. The Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference proudly celebrates the accomplishments of current and former students. From the playing field to the boardroom, they are the next generation of entrepreneurs, doctors, and executives.
Leaders rise here. Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
Leaders rise here.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I'll be gone soon, and all this will be yours.
Fred and Lamont Sanford are no exception.
You big dummy.
Where age might divide them.
I'm surprised I've been around this long with his heart.
Yeah, me too.
The family business keeps them close. Find money-making schemes and big laughs on the Griot Classics. Check your local listings. She's astute, savvy, and witty.
You weren't thinking?
No.
Okay, your words again.
And in her courtroom, litigants are always served with sound advice.
Life goes on, you can't die with them. You need to start living.
But don't even think about arguing with her.
You brought the lawsuit. The burden is on you with the evidence. It sounds to me like you discriminated here.
Don't miss Supreme Justice with Judge Karen. Check your local listings for times and channel.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
We Have a Dream. This 2-hour television event features the achievements of some of the world's most inspiring and influential figures. Business mogul and star of Shark Tank, Damon John.
Whitney Houston!
The inspirational cast of Whitney Houston, I Wanna Dance with Somebody, and much more.
We've got a ball game out there in Fort Valley, Georgia. Albany State with a 1-point lead over Fort Valley State, 36-35 your halftime score. But let's go ahead and send it out to our very own Lawrencia Moten.
Very dominant performance for your team so far, but Fort Valley State was able to inch back. What's the priority to extend your lead and keep the momentum rolling?
We cannot have dumb fouls, dumb breakdowns. We know they're going to shoot the ball well at home. We're not matching up in transition. We got to clean that up.
So what's the message in the locker room for your team?
Just to lock in on the game plan, lock in on the scout report, understand personnel. We got guys that shooting comfortable shots right now, and that's dangerous at home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lawrencia, and thank you, Coach Patrick Gale. But more of the halftime report coming up right after this quick timeout.
On the banks of the Flint River in Georgia stands Albany State University, a campus of diversity and culture with a rich history deeply rooted in legacy. Preparing students for excellence in fields of health professions, education, business, and STEM. Students engage in vibrant campus life, connecting with one another and building lifelong friendships. Unsinkable, indestructible, Albany State University, where excellence is the standard.
It's game day from courts to field. HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment. Big screen, small screen, we got you.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Bevel, premium head-to-toe grooming because you deserve better.
The twins are home from college. Okay, I see you with the fresh line.
Appreciate you, twin. A Howard man got to stay sharp and smooth for the ladies.
Yeah, right. I think you missed the spot.
Premium head-to-toe grooming by Bevel. This is how we HBCU.
Hey, Meta, play my gallery music. Hey, Meta, tell me about this artist.
Urs Fisher is known for his unconventional work.
Should we touch it? Hold it like that. Hey, Meta, film this. Get in there, don't be shy. What? Oh, no. Hey, Meta, delete that video.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream shows with lots of seasons and episodes. Plus, staying up lots of hours past your bedtime. Because you don't need sleep, you need answers. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
When we're in college, we're still gonna talk every day, right?
We're twins, of course.
You know I love you, but you know you're flaky.
Good thing I use this then, huh? Seriously, Jazz. Every day, I promise.
Head and shoulders bare. This is how we HBCU.
When you go to school, look for someone that uses Charmin. They know value when they see it.
Okay, Ma.
And never, ever date anyone who uses One-Ply.
Why not?
Because if they don't love themselves, they can't love you.
Charmin, this is how we HBCU.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
The best free streaming service is here. Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
This is a game changer.
Local news, national news, TV, and more. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
It's a tight one in Fort Valley as Albany State leads by 1, but be sure to join us next week for our battle in Bama when Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State. Our coverage starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. That'll do it here, though, for our HBCU GO Sports Halftime Report. For Nicole, Hutchison, and Tolly, after the break, we'll get you back to the second half, Albany State and Fort Valley. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Questions, gentlemen. This is gonna hurt. Hold them as long as you can.
You're a deer in the jungle here, my boy.
Join in on the action. Watch free on Local Now.
She's full of unexpected surprises.
Sounds like it may be a little jealousy going on, girl.
She's friendly, firm, and always fair.
She did what was healthy for her. She's not ready. She doesn't know what she wants herself.
Justice is always served in Judge Maybelline's courtroom.
That's her business. That's none of your business. You put your foot in your mouth, honey. You wrote a check that your behind couldn't cash.
Don't miss Justice with Judge Maybelline. Check your local listings for times and channel. They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I'll be gone soon, and all this will be yours.
Fred and Lamont Sanford are no exception.
You big dummy.
Where age might divide them.
I'm surprised I've been around this long with his heart.
Yeah, me too.
The family business keeps them close. Find money-making schemes and big laughs on the Griot Classics. Check your local listings.
I'm Edward Delling-Williams, and I'm here in the English Channel for my new series, The French Pub. And we're about to go hunting for Normandy's lobster bounty.
The French Pub with Edward Delling-Williams.
One of my favorite things is just a quick homemade mayonnaise and a little breakfast radish. Just perfect.
An all-new series on Recipe.tv.
Welcome back to Fort Valley, Georgia. Albany State clinging on to a 1-point lead at the half. We get ready for the second half action between the Golden Rams and the Wildcats. Here are your first half stats. 16 bench points for the Wildcats kept them in this game. Antonio Pelham with 3 made threes, and Mike Robinson also had 5 points, the freshman. He had a 3 himself, and so when you have that type of bench presence, that can keep you in, and you expect bench players to play at a higher level when you're at home.
Well, that's definitely what you expect, and you expect that from your seniors. You expect that in a rivalry game. You just expect that from your program, period. I mean, that's how you coach your guys, is to never falter, to always believe and always think that you can come back and put yourselves in a position to win the ball game.
And a player that always has Albany State in position to win a ball game is Shakur Poteet, and that's been no different today.
They're do-everything guard. I mean, he can take it to the basket. He can go downhill. He can spot up and shoot the ball from the 3 and get his teammates involved as well. he's going to always stay aggressive offensively, which is a plus for Albany State.
Yeah, Poteet, he's 5th in the conference in scoring. He's in double figures already. Antonio Pelham, who we saw yesterday, knocked down plenty of shots. He's been reining them in from distance today.
He's been cash. He also showing his versatility by showing he can take the ball into the paint. But the main thing he relies on is that 3-ball, cash money. Pelham.
And Pelham, 11 points, 3 made threes in the first half, and he was 3 for his final 4 from distance after struggling to start. And when you have a player of that caliber, Coach Robinson talked about, he joked with us yesterday, it could be feast or famine, and he's happy that he's eating already today.
Absolutely. He not quite full yet, but he's definitely eating.
Still
they
a
said
full
they want to make 10 threes, and they have 4 right now, so we're looking for 6 more.
Lawrencia has more from Fort Valley.
Yeah, you guys, I was able to speak to Coach Robinson from Fort Valley, and he mentioned that he wants his team to play smarter, not harder. He said, remember the things that are working for them so far, which is those easy buckets down low. He did say that he was happy to see that number 4, Hassi Diallo, was finally making some shots. He said early on the ball was slipping through his fingers, and he was losing his confidence, but they're going to need him this second half.
Yeah, Diallo, he averages just less than 6 points a game, but he's moved into the starting role, started every single game this season after averaging just 6 minutes last year. Poteet quickly with a pilfer, and now Blaze Wallace coming the other way. Wallace is blocked by Diallo, and now the Wildcats racing forward. Scott, stop, pop. And Jalen Jackson rises up for the offensive rebound. Iris Doucette setting up the offense, just a sophomore. Doucette gets right to the rim, but can't score at the cup.
Yeah, I like to see him put that one in the hole there. You got a good look at it, high percentage shot, as you said.
Diallo with another one. Now Doucette, a punch.
No question about that one.
6 points now for Kyrus Doucette. After not starting any games last year, he's moved into the starting role as the point guard, and Coach said he's just really turned up his leadership this season. 10 new players for Fort Valley State. Now Blaze Wallace, that's going to be a traveling violation.
Too much time there. Too much time there, but you mentioned you mentioned Doucette, but his brother, KJ, was the one that was here before that was Player of the Year. Coach Robinson said the reason why he was able to get them both was because they wanted to play together in college. So he got them, they played together, and then he was a victim of the portal and able to look for a better opportunity for himself, which Coach Robinson said he couldn't blame the young man.
Fort Valley State with its first lead of the contest. Jalen Jackson's going to call that a pass as Sayer Sanghor swooped in for 2.
I would call it a pass. For sure, and if he's friends with the statistician, he's going to get an assist.
Albany State, its first bit of adversity in this contest. Shakur Poteet kicks to the corner. Evans drops it off to Wallace. The extra pass to Williams, and the flip is through for 2.
Nice passing by Albany there, sharing the basketball. Blaze Wallace, he's a go-to guy, but he wasn't selfish there and shared the basketball.
Sanghor loses possession, and Marcus Scott snags it right before going in the backcourt.
Not sure that was a double. Was that a double dribble there?
Marcus Scott makes a 3, and Fort Valley State's not going to care if it was a double dribble or not.
You're absolutely right on that one. I'll tell you what, I've been looking for Marcus Scott to hit one of those threes. Of all the tape that I watched of the teams, getting familiar with him, he was one of the ones that you could almost count on every game, him hitting one of those deep threes.
Kendall Johnson, who hit a couple threes in the first half, is wide to the left on that one. Marcus Scott leads the team with 38 made threes, so now has 39 on the season after that triple. Offensive rebound for Sanghor. The fade is finesse for Sayer Sanghor.
Again, we talk about those bookend forwards. You know, both of these teams are trying to put themselves in position for the conference tournament. So this is although this is a rivalry game, I mean, there's a lot more on the line here.
Wallace being guarded by the smaller Jackson, and Marcus Scott is going to be called for the foul. Fort Valley State has come out with a lot of fury to start this second half, and that was to be expected because they have also turned things around this season. Even though they have 10 new players, last year they were 9 games under 500 in conference play. Right now they're at 500 at 9-9, trying to take down their rival. Shakur Poteet, that's too much space for him, but he leaves it short, and the rebound comes down to Doucette.
As you can see, Fort Valley played off of Williams, Jabari Williams. They're almost inviting him to shoot the ball from out there.
Doucette, the step back three is off. Poteet goes right to the rim, but that one's swatted. Now, Jalen Jackson.
Nice find by Scott, keeping his head up. He had Doucette up on his left side. Jalen Jackson sprinted into his view on the right side.
7 points now for Jackson. This is Fort Valley State's largest lead of the contest at 8. Poteet, double figures in the first half, and a lot of contact here on the outside. And Poteet is looking at the official, wondering about that contact. Hassane Diallo was in his grill. And speaking of in his grill, Jalen Jackson cooking for the Wildcats.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta. What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first.
You're high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings. Judge Millian doesn't mince words.
Why aren't you stopping the behavior if it's happening right in front of you?
She cuts to the chase.
I think you're misreading the law a little bit.
Really? Compassionate.
You should be mad at one person, and that's him. When did something happen that made you feel uncomfortable?
She never accepts disrespect.
Stop your nonsense, or we will be escorting you out.
Watch Justice for the People with Judge Millian. Check your local listings for times and channel.
Earlier today, we want to send a huge thank you to our sponsor, Procter & Gamble, for providing today's crowd with a gift bag full of great products from Old Spice, Bevel, Cascade, Head & Shoulders, Crest, and more. Big shout-outs to Procter & Gamble. And right now, Fort Valley State has been on a tear. They have outscored Albany State 30-8, going back to the 7-minute mark of the first half. Todd, this game was a 14-point lead for Albany State in the first half. Things have looked much different since that largest lead.
Yeah, they have, and Pullum has started to make some shots, so that's one thing. The bench, which you mentioned earlier, has been contributing, and then Diallo has 4 blocks, so he's put a cap on that basket.
Yeah, he's been
for Fort Valley.
A glass cleaner for Fort Valley State. And bench points wise, plus 12. Wonderful play out of the timeout, but oh! A denial by Hassane Diallo.
Right on call, right?
Jalen Jackson put a man on the floor, but couldn't put it up. And the fans are in it now for Fort Valley State.
Yeah, that was almost a summer league action right there.
Diallo gives back to Jackson. The elevation for Jalen Jackson.
Oh my. Diallo is blocking and dropping dimes.
Shakur Poteet kicks to the corner. Kendall Johnson can't quiet the crowd as Diallo is owning the glass right now for the Wildcats.
What a change here. How about for consecutive weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, we've had great games.
Marcus Scott can't blow the roof off of HPE. Shakur Poteet sneaking through the lane, gives off to Wallace, and he scores. That's what you want from your leader, and Shakur Poteet calmly gets down the floor and finds some easy points.
Absolutely. He put Wallace in a position where he had to be successful. He had no choice.
13 points now for Blaze Wallace. His first bucket of the second half, however. Kairos Doucette working on Kendall Johnson. That's a tough fade. Asane Diallo on the offensive glass. Now Marcus Scott was about to take a jumper, but Kairos Doucette is rolling, and he looks like he's cramping a bit. But Asane Diallo says, get that out of here.
Give me that. He's like, give me that.
And then Diallo playing provider. Jalen Jackson has 3 big dunks today. And Jackson, who is in the starting lineup now, his second start of the season, he has 9 points.
Diallo showing his versatility, saying I can drop dimes too. I can protect the basket, but I can feed my teammates at the same time.
And Kairos Doucette is in a bit of pain right now. Coach Robinson is trying to work out his left leg. The backup point guard is Mike Robinson, who had 5 points off the bench. But they want Kairos Doucette to be able to get back into this contest. And he has a smile on his face and a grimace as he's helped up.
As you see Coach Robinson at this level, sometimes he's trainer, coach, SID, everything.
He has been everything since taking over about 3.5 years ago. He told us the story about how he got the position. Of course, Fort Valley State, in the middle of the season, they fired their coaching staff, and he wasn't even thinking about coaching, but got a call through the contact of Anthony Holloman and decided to come here. His assistant coach came with him, and Coach Spencer Wright, he was calling him to ask him about the job, and then Coach Wright said, you should take it, and I'll come with you. And the two have built this program, have built this opportunity to beat their rival right now. Under 14 minutes to play. Marcus Scott kicks to Jalen Jackson. The quick trigger is long.
Yeah, you mentioned that's an unusual circumstance for a coach to take over in the middle of the season. So he said he took the job in December, actually started in January.
Poteet working on Robinson, the freshman. And Robinson can't pick up the steal, so Poteet fires one to the corner. Evans will shoot, no good. Blaze Wallace with the offensive rebound. Poteet's good look. That one's no good as well. Blaze Wallace will not be denied, however. That's the third opportunity for Albany State, and now Wallace will shoot free throws.
Blaze Wallace working overtime down there. I thought that was a mistake by Marcus Scott. He lost Poteet right there. He's one of those guys you can't lose him because you don't want him to start getting hot and feeling it and making shots because then it'll be tough night.
Blaze Wallace has been excellent today, 13.7 rebounds. He's a double-double machine. And he's had back-to-back double-doubles coming into this contest. First free throw was good for him, now with 14. And over the course of his career, he has been excellent. 12 total double-doubles this season. And when you have a player of that caliber that shows up in big games, that's exactly what you want for Albany State.
Absolutely, and as a forward, you know, those kind of players aren't easy to find. So when you get one in your program, the tough thing now is when they start having success, will you be able to keep them? All the coaches that we've talked to, they always talk about they have to re-recruit their own players first because of the portal and the lure of NIL. It makes it tough.
Too much space for the freshman, Mike Robinson, his second three of the game.
Another one of those guys that yesterday in practice was firing those threes from long range on a consistent basis.
Poteet once again right to the rim to quiet a crowd that really wants to erupt.
And that Poteet, he doesn't blink an eye.
Sane Diallo is fouled. So that's just the third foul of the entire half. It's been a clean basketball game up to this point. All the fouls in the half been on Fort Valley State prior to that. Robinson stuck in the corner. Now Aldridge is on him, and he rips it.
Took his cookies
from the youngster. Robinson gets it right back. Diallo trying to dribble through a press. Now Pelham, the guy he wants. His shot is long. Coming the other way is Aldridge. Drops it off to Poteet. We have a fun game right now as Poteet right at Diallo. That's a foul.
Yeah, that's a foul. Had he caught him outside of that arc in there, I don't know if all fans always understand that, but if he catches him outside that arc, then he had a better chance of getting a charge there. As you see, my man Aldridge drops the pass to him. It always makes coaches nervous sitting on the side, and then Poteet attacks the glass.
Shakur Poteet has been the calming grace for Albany State. His team gone down after being up by 14. Fort Valley State was ready to really run away with this one. Starting in the second half, leading by as many as 10 points just about 2.5 minutes ago. But Poteet, whether it's passing or scoring, has slowly brought his team back. And it's a two-possession game right now pending this next free throw.
Playmakers make plays.
Two more for Shakur Poteet. Mike Robinson is in. Kyrus Doucette is still getting worked on the sideline, so the freshman might have to play for a little bit longer. Robinson leaves that short. Sanghor working on the glass, no. And Albany State has a chance to cut into the lead once again. Poteet lets it fly. Yes, sir! Shakur Poteet now leads all scores but 17, and it's just a 2-point game.
Exciting player, that Poteet. Got his average, 17 a game. You can count on those. He said, you got to put him in the books, baby. During the starting lineup, put my 17 in the books because you know I am good for it all day, every day, baby.
We've got everything you need to turn up, from highlights to halftime magic. HBCU GO is the ultimate way to experience live sport.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central. Presented by Tampax, up to 100% leak-free protection.
Surprise! I see you found my gift early. Our radiant girl is ready for it all now.
Always. This is how we HBCU.
Find your ultimate playground at visitcalifornia.com.
You're going to be doing this on your own in college. 3 easy steps. Step 1, Tide Pod. Step 2, laundry. Step 3, set the cold water.
I got this.
Tide. This is how we HBCU.
The best free streaming service is here. Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
This is a game changer.
Local news, national news, TV, and more. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Thanks so much for sticking with us. You can physically feel the energy in here. Now, this is more than just a basketball game. It's a battle years in the making. This is one of the fiercest rivalries in the SIAC in the series history, sitting at 14-13 in favor of Fort Valley. Albany State is looking to even things up tonight. Now, the last time these two teams met at Albany State, the attendance passed 3,000 fans, but this gym is even bigger. And get this, guys, it's a sold-out crowd. I spoke to the head of security, and they confirmed that every seat is filled, and it's Fort Valley's homecoming on top of that. These fans are playing the role of that sixth man.
Fort Valley State is trying to continue to put on a show, but they're on the wrong end of an 11-3 run by Albany State, which has got the Golden Rams back in this contest. 11:20 to play in the half, and Sanghor slams one home.
Nice pass by Jalen Jackson. These guys are showing their versatility. Again, you got to give credit to Coach Robinson for his player development, because he's doing a lot with these guys. They're not even here on scholarship.
Cameron Evans can't hit that from distance. Jalen Jackson plays above the rim once again.
Good-looking player, does it on both ends of the floor.
Jackson goes into double figures. Quickly, the lead balloons to 7. Sanghor snags that out of the air. Jalen Jackson thinks about 3. That hits the backboard. Diallo down low. He's fouled by the freshman, Christian Gary. And Hassan Diallo will shoot free throws when we return. But Fort Valley State and Jalen Jackson, call him Jalen Jet Jackson, as he continues to fly for these flushes.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
There was a lot happening at this hour.
Free local and national news from across the U.S.
We've got some breaking news to get to, an exclusive out of our Pentagon.
City to city, Local Now has your community covered.
Developing right now. We're getting details. We're on the phone making calls.
Pick any city with local news and weather.
Tell you what I'm experiencing here on the ground.
All free. No matter the story, we've got you covered.
Our exclusive interview revealed new information.
Free TV that starts in your city.
Direct.
Don't you ever look up at the sky and roll your eyes. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Realistic.
I will maybe have a tendency to
spend too much and won't be able to pay your rent. That's the problem.
He holds the line.
I resent it, and I resent you for doing it.
Powerful.
I don't know where you've been, but you're going to respect this courtroom. I'm going to throw you out real quick.
Mathis Court is in session. Check your local listings for times and channel.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Six-point lead for Fort Valley State. We're nearing the halfway point of this second half in what has been a fantastic afternoon in Fort Valley, Georgia. The women's game came down to the wire, went to overtime. Fort Valley State came back in that contest to get a W, and right now on the men's side trying to do the same, currently holding this 2-possession lead.
Good basketball on both ends, both sides, meaning both men and women. So it's exciting. That's what we want, though.
And Hassan Diallo, after struggling in the first half, has showcased a lot of energy. His defense has turned into offensive opportunities, and he knocks down that free throw.
Coach Robinson emphasizing to the officials, sometimes as a coach, you want them to officiate the game and not the score.
Diallo goes 1 for 2 on this trip, and Cameron Evans brings the ball across midcourt for Albany State. Albany State trying to make it 17 wins, which would be the most in the past 25 years. It would tie a stretch from 2019-2020 when they also had an SIAC East Division title. 7 seconds to shoot for Kendall Johnson. He's been quiet in the second half. Poteet has not with 2, with 1. Poteet gets it on the rim. Blaze Wallace is denied from behind, but Shakur Poteet smooth as the other side of the pillow with another bucket.
Stayed around that paint there as a guard. The big fellas, they were battling it out, keeping the ball alive. But the smallest guy out there came up with the ball. Well, he's not the smallest guy. I would say Mike Robinson probably is on Fort Valley.
Jackson, no good from distance. Sayers Sanghor arrives with some fury to rip down that board. He's fouled from behind. Just the 3rd team foul on Albany State's.
You have to be impressed by Fort Valley State's front line. I mean, you have Pelham shooting threes, and then you have Sanghor and Diallo battling on the boards and scoring in the post.
That was the 4th foul, however, on Jabari Williams. Diallo is down low, rises, but he leaves that one short, and he's just been short under the basket today. Poteet, once again, looking for options. And now Cameron Evans with Pelham on him. Go to the Blaze Wallace. The big man working down low, and Diallo snags the rebound. So Kyrus Doucette is not, he's come back from the training room. He's on the bench, but he has not played since early in this second half when he went down with an injury and was rubbing at his leg. Mike Robinson, the freshman, still in. Jalen Jackson, a dime and a dunk for Hassan Diallo.
Jackson is having himself a ball game this evening. He's showing us his versatility all the way around, isn't he?
Absolutely. Jalen Jackson making just his 2nd start of the season, and he has double figures and that last dime. Shakur Poteet sitting on 19, can't score from distance. And a little bit of a stare down between Jackson and Christian Gary before bringing the ball across midcourt. Rivalry it is. These two teams are just 68 miles away from each other. Mike Robinson gets to a spot, but he can't finish. Kendall Johnson lays it in, and that was a wonderful pass from Cameron Evans.
Outstanding pass, but I'm gonna put the blame on Pelham for falling asleep. You cannot allow the offensive player to beat you down the floor. He can't get behind you like that. That's unacceptable.
Jackson tips in his own miss.
Jalen Jackson playing by himself, man.
13 points for Jalen Jackson. Cameron Evans off the pump is swatted by Sanghor. Coach Robinson talked at length about Sayers Sanghor's energy. He wasn't even supposed to be a starter when he came here, but DeBoyan Randolph got injured. Sanghor stepped up, and he's one of the leading scorers on this team. He also plays some defense. We go to the under 8 timeouts.
Thank you, baby girl. Hey, enjoy that dishwasher while you can, because you're going to be needing these when you get to Hampton.
Cascade. This is how we HBCU.
Any questions?
How did you become the Capital One Bank guy?
You mind? I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
How do I get your job?
Hard work,
I
dedication.
meant the Capital One Bank guy.
It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication.
What's been the highlight of your career?
And that have to be
bank guy.
Helping people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Aren't you in the Hall of Fame?
And didn't you live in space?
What's in your wallet?
At Metro, get $25 in line for 4 lines, plus 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. It's easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Visit a store, go online, or call. Only at Metro.
Hey, Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan, worth $6.2 million.
What? What? That's a $6.2 million banana. Are you kidding? We need to find you another banana. Bananas, bananas.
Gentlemen,
What a place you have.
who eats art?
Think you're supposed to say, hey, Meta. Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say, Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream shows with lots of seasons and episodes. Plus, staying up lots of hours past your bedtime. Because you don't need sleep, you need answers. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
The best free streaming service is here. Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
This is a game changer.
Local news, national news, TV, and more. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Fort Valley State trying to spoil Albany State's chances at an SIAC East Division title, and they've been playing extremely well. Here's a nice little pick and roll.
Old-fashioned pick and roll play by two of the guys that are being prominent in the second half. You can either open up to the ball or you can just get to the rim and I'll get it to you. So Jackson and Diallo exercising the old-fashioned pick and roll play.
Jackson has 13 points on the day, but also has a couple of assists to his tally. 3 to be exact. Points in the paint well in favor of all Fort Valley State, plus 12. And the bench points also well out in favor of Fort Valley State, plus 15 off the bench thanks to Antonio Pelham and Mike Robinson. 7-point game, Wallace right down to the freshman, and he is fouled, bailed out after he could have gone up. And foul goes on Tyler Pendergrass.
That's definitely a bailout. Give Wallace credit, though. He's an unselfish player for a guy that draws a lot of attention, and it's a double-double. He shares the basketball.
Poteet with 19. And that should be a jump ball. It will stay here. Albany State's working on this possession, trying to make this a 2-possession game with 7:03 remaining. Evans out to Kendall Johnson. Johnson's been quiet in the second half after knocking down 2 first-half threes. And Johnson doesn't get the roll as that ball sat on the rim for a minute.
I was going to say that was a tough shot. I don't know if that was shot clock related or did he just feel like it was time for him to get one.
Like I said, he has not scored since earlier in this half, but he had most of his points in the first half, has 9 total on the day. And now he's 2 of 7 from long range. Both of those threes did come in the first half.
Yeah, he got off to a good start, and it looked like that was going to carry Albany. That was the fire that they needed. But to Fort Valley's credit, they've kind of put the clamps on that a little bit.
Albany State was off to a good start, was up by as many as 14 points in the first half. Kyrus Doucette, no, but Hassan Diallo, yes. 11 points now for Hassan Diallo.
Big fella with the double-double tonight.
Sayer Sanghor stepped in front of that, but could not contain possession. It's a 9-point game Fort Valley State is in front, and this has been a much different showing than the last time these two teams played. The final was 73-52, a 21-point victory for Albany State at home. And right now, Fort Valley State is holding serve, trying to finish things off against their rival. Aldridge, a tough drive, and the scoop shot is smooth.
Trying to do what the point guards do, or they're supposed to do, is when your team gets into a lull, you're the one that's supposed to get buckets. That was one of the things Jason Kidd would always do. He was an unselfish player, and he didn't always shoot the ball, but whenever the team got down, he was the one that answered the bell.
Pendergrass, a tough drive. No, Blaze Wallace gives right to Cameron Evans. And the point guard, Deshaun Aldridge, once again in possession. Has just 4 on the day. Evans off the pump, gets right to the rim and scores. Cameron Evans, just his 4th point. And things starting to tighten up once again inside of the HPE complex on Fort Valley State's campus. Just a 5-point game. Wildcats are in front.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that last shot that Fort Valley had. You can take your time, just like right now what Doucette is doing with this ball. Get a pick and roll, and get a wide open shot. I'll take that even though he didn't make it.
Foul before the shot. So the 15th foul on Albany State. The 5th foul on Jabari Williams. So the man that played in the FIBA Americas pre-qualifiers for Antigua and Barbuda will come off with 4 points on the day.
I say we go back to Diallo in the post, get another high percentage shot.
Deshaun Aldridge steps in front of the pass from Diallo. Aldridge will keep possession with Albany State. And that has to be one of those, there was no foul call, but they're giving them possession because he took a lot of contact there.
He took a lot of contact, and he also threw the ball away. The official might have just recognized that because he clearly threw that ball away.
So Poteet holds with 19, gives to Blaze Wallace, who has a double-double, and Sayer Sanghor is called for the foul. Wallace has been excellent today. His 20th career double-double, 13th of the season.
I like the fact that they're going to him in the post. I like to see Fort Valley do the same on the other end.
And one of the officials is having somebody escorted out of the contest. Must have been something said. So play will continue. Once the man has been escorted out. You hate to see that in a contest of this magnitude. But you also, if something was said to the point where an official needs to go over,
got to keep control of the atmosphere because it can get out of hand. I mean, we just saw during the timeout, I just asked you, I said, do they realize a basketball game? They were dancing all over the floor in here.
Aldridge tries to go by Marcus Scott, and there's contact. That's going to be a foul on Marcus Scott, and Deshaun Aldridge will shoot some free throws.
There's some contact there, James, but it's a little acting going on. I'm sorry. I might have to give him a vote for Academy Award.
And that's why he's not going to the line. Foul situation now for Fort Valley. Kyrus Doucette with 2, Jalen Jackson with 2, and Marcus Scott just picked up his 3rd. Cameron Evans decides to drive, then kicks to Kendall Johnson, who wanted to step back. And now Diallo with a foul on the reach around. And the foul starting to mount up for Fort Valley State. Blaze Wallace will go to the free throw line to shoot 1 and 1.
Blaze, an important factor down there. Even though he's not scoring, he's getting fouls on Diallo. And at some point, that's going to play a factor here in this game this afternoon.
Wallace knocks down the first. He shoots his free throws at 69%. Coach Gale talked about him as just a super hard worker. And he got injured playing Fort Valley State last year and didn't really get a chance to really get into that mode last season. That's why he's playing such a fresh brand of basketball this year, and now has 17 points and 12 rebounds against his rival. One possession game as we near 4 minutes to play. Carris Doucette working on Evans. Tough shot, and he's fouled on the floater, and Doucette now will go to the line to add to the lead.
You know, they just showed a view of both coaches. Coach Gale's from Albany State and Coach Montrez Robinson. Both of those guys have been doing an outstanding job. You got to give them a lot of credit. Coach Gale's, like he said, he told us the other day, this is one of his best seasons and could be potentially the best season that they've had at Albany in quite some time.
Yeah, the last time that they had a division title was 2019-2020 when they split with Morehouse, but 17 wins is a mark that they have not seen since that time, and they've only, if they were to win 17 games, it would be just the second time in 25 years that they haven't reached that mark, and that's what they're looking to do today. Fort Valley State also trying to spoil their chances of a division crown. Doucette goes 1 for 2, 4-point game, 4 minutes to play. Aldridge gets right to the rim. Blaze Wallace is there to clean things up.
Nice follow-up by Blaze Wallace. He just kind of trailed in behind Johnson going downhill.
Wallace now with 19 points to go along with 14 rebounds. Another monster game for him. Not a bad idea from Doucette. Did that take a touch? It did, going to the sideline. So Fort Valley State will have the ball when we return.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Questions, government. This is gonna hurt.
Hold them as long as you can. You're a deer in the jungle here, my boy.
Join in on the action. Watch free on Local Now.
A tight ball game once again, but that's come to be expected here on HBCU GO. 63-61, Fort Valley State in front of Albany State. Wildcats will have possession. In close games this season, Fort Valley is 4-1 in games decided by 2 or fewer. Albany State has also been successful in those games, 5-1 in games decided by points 3 and fewer. So these are two teams that execute down the stretch. This should be a good one, Todd.
Yeah, it should be. Neither team is shooting the ball particularly well from the three, both at 27%. But they both are similar from the field goal at 40% each. So
Jackson with 3 to shoot. Jackson lets it fly. It's long. Sanghor working on the offensive glass, still has it, gives off to Diallo, and Diallo is blocked at the summit. And Diallo ends up tiptoeing on the sidelines, out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Robinson didn't call that timeout to draw that up, to have him shoot the ball like that way. But there was a lot of contact underneath that basket there. I'm surprised it wasn't a foul call.
Aldridge, who's come up big in this half. Couple of buckets. Was the leader in points last time these two teams played with 16. That should be an offensive foul, and is. A little hook by Jashawn Aldridge trying to get to the basket, and that's a turnover for Albany State.
It's a good call there, James. He definitely hooked him. My man playing like he's out at the Rucker League. He's doing the dipsy-do. He's throwing all kind of passes. He's hooking guys going to the paint.
2.5 remaining. Aldridge trying to take one from behind. Late shot clock once again for Fort Valley. Jackson operating behind the screen will shoot. That one's off. And Shakur Poteet in possession. 19 points tied for the team lead. And with that being a foul on Mike Robinson, Poteet will go to the free throw line with an opportunity to tie this game.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the second possession there for Jackson, and he took a shot like that. Like that's not winning basketball. I mean, I'm sure Coach Robinson, that's not what he designed. I mean, I like to see him come down, run a set. I mean, they have plenty of time. There's no need to rush. There's no need to take a quick shot. And let's go to some guys that have higher percentage shots.
That was a 1-and-1, but it seemed like only Albany State knew it, so Poteet has a chance to tie or take the lead. Johnson lets it go. It's long. And Hassan Diallo, who's already eclipsed 10-plus rebounds. He has his 4th double-double of the season. Brings down that board.
Let's see if Fort Valley can take their time and get a good shot. At least get the ball into the paint.
Albany State has done well defensively to get back into this game. They're down by as many as 10. Back with around 12.5 remaining in this half. Robinson sticks with it. And Robinson, that's going to be called a jump ball. And Fort Valley State will keep possession with 1 on the timer.
It wasn't a jump ball?
Yes, it will be a jump ball. I have to watch Diallo under the basket on a lob. Robinson has a chance. It's an air ball.
I'm not quite sure I understand that. If it's a jump ball and they get possession, why do they only have the same 1 second that was on the shot clock?
Because they still had possession, so it wasn't a new one. That's why they kept it. So that's why they have the 1 second on the timer.
Okay, so see, as a coach, that's what I would have been arguing. But thanks for correcting me.
I got you.
For getting me straight.
I got you. Shakur Poteet holds his team down 2. A minute to play. Poteet now to Wallace. Wide open for 3. That one's wide, and he knew that he didn't want to shoot that, but was left too open.
Yeah, I don't know if that was by design or whether that was a mistake that they left him that wide open.
Poteet defending Doucette. Now Jackson. The scoop. Wallace with the rebound. And Albany State in possession. Have numbers. Wallace sticks with it. And Coach Gale calls timeout.
Coach Gale said, hold on a second. Let me not let this run out. But I'll give Jackson credit for that particular possession because he got a high percentage shot. He just wasn't able to convert it. So you can't be mad at that because you're going to make some, you're going to miss some. But then on this other end here, Coach Gale, he's like, hey, man, I'm going to take control of this. But Jackson, to his credit, he got into the paint. Little dipsy-do there. Like I said, sometimes you make them, sometimes you don't.
And Blaze Wallace is the man that came down with the rebound. Coach Gale saw how that possession was looking and wanted to call timeout. But if you're Blaze Wallace, 19 points, 15 rebounds. Shakur Poteet, 19 points, 6 boards for Albany State. And now with 27.5 remaining, here we are again. Mr. Bozeman, a tight ball game here on HBCU GO. And right now, Poteet, Wallace, both are big-time options. What do you want to see from Albany State?
Well, first of all, HBCU GO has been delivering some outstanding basketball here these last few weeks, and it's come down to the wire every time. But I'm gonna put the ball in Poteet's hand if I'm Albany, and I'm gonna have he and Wallace in some action.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. And I can put the shooters on the wings or opposite them, but those two are going to be involved in the action, and I'm going to live with whatever those guys do, because that's the only reason why they're here is because of those two gentlemen, those two young men.
Both of them sitting on 19. Coach Gale said that for Poteet, he had to learn that he needs to get to the basket more. That was something he discussed with him as soon as they lost last year against Lane in the conference tournament. And so that pick and roll action would be big for Fort Valley and for Albany State. Oh my! Jalen Jackson fouls Shakur Poteet. And Poteet taking his time to get up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's a tough fall there, tough incident. Wasn't by design, it doesn't appear to be, but he hit that floor pretty hard.
Didn't have a chance to brace his fall as he was going up to take down the inbounds pass. And the officials are talking this over, and the decision on this is humongous because Albany State has a chance to tie with these free throws. It will be 1-1.
What you're concerned about here is he hit his head pretty hard. So, you know, you're looking at making sure it's not concussion protocol, because he hit his head pretty hard. And he was slow to get up. Now, he grabbed his elbow, but that doesn't, I mean, he really hit his head here pretty hard.
So you see the head bang against the floor, and he's still bent over right now near the sideline. So a lot to discuss. Right now it's 1-1, but if Poteet can't shoot these free throws, he won't be able to come back in the game, and that would be a big loss as your leading scorer, who's 5th in the conference in points per game in the big moments. So Poteet, he is ready to take these free throws, the sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida, and he looks to be okay.
I used to have some guys that would tell the trainer, hey man, get away from me. They come over and all that, man, get away from me, man, get away from me. I'm not trying to come out the game.
Especially not in this moment. Poteet on the season, 74% from the line, shooting 1 and 1. Around and down for the sophomore.
He just shoots it as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, just add these into the book.
This is the big one to tie.
Jalen Jackson gets the crowd involved.
Cash for Shakur Poteet. 10-1 run for Albany State. We're tied at 63. And Coach Robinson is going to call a timeout. He has 2, now 1 remaining. And for Fort Valley, now the same conversation, right? I mean, if you're Fort Valley State, you have plenty of options. This is what we saw earlier today on the women's side. Fort Valley had a chance in overtime, and Marley Bell was the hero for the Wildcats as she was all over the place the entire contest. She had 12 rebounds, the rebound and bucket, the biggest one at the end of the game for the Wildcats. So something in the water here in Fort Valley, and Fort Valley State trying to come out with the win against their rival.
Yeah, and the crowd has increased, so it's got a little bit more intense in here. If I'm Fort Valley, I'm looking at Jackson and Diallo. They're involved in the pick and roll play. They already showed us earlier what it looks like. They can do the same thing, set up Mike Robinson on the opposite side. That's what I'm looking at, to get those two involved. Senghor is going to be a cleanup guy. Even Diallo could be a cleanup guy. But those two guys initially. But now you got Scott in the game. Set him up in the corner.
5 on the floor: Kyrus Doucette, Hassan Diallo, Sayer Senghor, Marcus Scott, and Jalen Jackson for Fort Valley State. Marcus Scott holds with 20 seconds remaining.
No need to rush here. Go ahead and run your set.
Tied at 63 apiece. 10 seconds remain. High screen. 7 seconds. Scott. Diallo. The three. No. And we're off to overtime for the second straight contest.
How about that? 2 overtime games back to back, both men and women. Boy, exciting weekend. The fans got what they paid for today, huh?
Absolutely. Albany State finishes the half on a 10-1 run to tie the contest and send it to OT. Again, both of these teams led by double figures at different points in this contest. But Albany State worked their way back and will have some free basketball when we return.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Catch all the laughs here on the Griot Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch The Griot for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
We're tied at 63 apiece. Time for some overtime between Fort Valley State and Albany State. Here was the final play for the Wildcats.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't particularly happy about this play. I mean, you got Diallo shooting the ball where I don't even know if he's taken a three all game, and that's the shot you get at the end of the game. I'm sure that wasn't Coach Robinson's design, but I'm sure it was a pick and roll action there. But that's definitely not the shot that I'm going to vote for to win the ball game.
And Albany State did a good job on the initial action. Marcus Scott and the pick and roll with Sayer Senghor. Wallace stepped out, stopped it, so then Diallo was left open, and he'd be the player you'd want to leave open in that situation. So we start overtime. Albany State 2-1 in overtime this season. Fort Valley State 0 for 1 in OT. Hassan Diallo and Blaze Wallace in the center circle for another jump ball. And 5 more minutes of action between Fort Valley State and Albany State.
We haven't seen Pelham in this game either in a minute.
Deshaun Aldridge, no good from distance. And Sayer Senghor snags down the rebound. Senghor on the day, 10 points and 11 boards. A double-double for him. Diallo gets it down low to Senghor. He rises and scores.
Now you see how simple that play was? A simple high, low, keeping your poise and your patience, and just deliver the ball into the post. I mean, that's the type of action that I was looking for out of the last possession.
A foul out front by Marcus Scott. That's his 4th. And foul trouble now becomes a factor here with 4:21 remaining in overtime. Scott is the only player in danger of disqualification right now for Fort Valley State. Jabari Williams has already fouled out, along with Christian Gary for Albany State. Deshaun Aldridge shooting in the double bonus. Free throw is good for Deshaun Aldridge. He's been quiet in regards to scoring today, but he led the team in scoring the last time these two teams met with 16.
He definitely can score the ball, but his main job is to set up his teammates.
Second free throw is good for Deshaun Aldridge. Aldridge now with 6, and we're square at 65. Fort Valley State trying to go above 500 in conference and take down their most hated rival here in the state of Georgia. Doucette whirls around the screen, kicks to Jalen Jackson, who just let the ball fly through his hands.
He wasn't ready. He kind of was, Coach Robinson's over there thinking the same thing to himself, that my man just wasn't ready. Jackson wasn't ready. You could just tell when the ball came to him. He thought the action was all happening on the other side of the floor.
Now Poteet, who hit 2 big free throws to tie things late, gives off to Kendall Johnson. Good look, and it's long. Ripped down by Marcus Scott. Scott takes some contact. No. Sanghor rips it away and scores. Sanghor.
You know, that was a lot of contact there, James. I mean, I know even yourself, and you favor the officials, you would say that there was some contact in that play right there.
Now Deshaun Aldridge, a wonderful reverse to tie things back at 67.
My man Aldridge is like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going and going and going.
Back-to-back buckets for Aldridge. Sanghor fading, and that shot falls off.
Did the officials leave? They haven't blown the whistle at all with all this contact on both ends of the floor, though.
Evans, no. Aldridge around the ball once again. Now Aldridge takes some contact. Oh, there's no whistle.
These officials want to get out of here. They're like, man, we're not trying to do another overtime. We're not going to blow the whistle. We're just going to let y'all play it out.
Now Aldridge is fouled around the elbow. It sounded like there was a whistle. That's why everyone stopped. Diallo stopped. And in this case, now Aldridge goes to the rim to make it 6 straight points.
As he gives you the lefty, where he probably should have used the right hand there, and then he gets the dipsy do and finally draws the foul. If you leave it up to him, he probably thinks he was fouled 3 or 4 times here in the last possession or 2.
So Deshaun Aldridge starting to come alive in this overtime. A chance to give his team the lead for the first time since it was back in the first half. Aldridge knocks it in. Last lead was 36-35 back at the beginning of the second quarter for Albany State. Now they're in front by 1.
You haven't seen Pullman back in the game. It makes you wonder why.
Deshaun Aldridge now has 10 points, and he has all of the points in this overtime session for Albany State. Golden Rams lead by 2. Mike Robinson sees the ball go through his legs, and back-to-back turnovers for Fort Valley State in the most important moments.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I saw what they were doing. We all saw what they were doing, trying to get Mike Robinson coming off of a down screen, but the pass was delivered too low.
Poteet kicks to Kendall Johnson. Another good look for him, but he's been off after making 2 first-half threes. He's now 2 of 9 from distance, and Fort Valley State will have possession.
Poteet found him there on the wing, but at least it was a rhythm shot. He didn't force it. Just unfortunate for them he didn't make it.
Deshaun Aldridge forcing the turnover, and then he's fouled.
He kept saying, man, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. You can see it. He was setting him up all game. And he finally got his hand in there. And then excited about it. He's like, yes, I told y'all I was going to get him.
And Aldridge, who's a senior from Jacksonville, Florida, he's played in this league before. And
said, how dare that freshman try to handle the ball and initiate the offense against him. Sometimes these guys take it personal, particularly seniors and freshmen. As Coach Robinson, he's doing a great job with this team, with this program. under the circumstances.
Aldridge knocks in another 11 points now for Deshaun Aldridge, and he had just 4 coming into the overtime session. Now for Aldridge, and he has all of the points in this overtime for Albany State as they've worked their way to a 4-point lead. 1:40 remaining.
You kind of feel the energy a little bit going out of Fort Valley. They have to bounce back and respond to this. They got plenty of time in this game.
Marcus Scott gives to Diallo, and the roll falls for Diallo. He now has 13.
There you go. Keep going into the paint.
Shot clock did not start on the inbound, so the officials making sure that the right amount of time is on the clock. But Diallo once again in the right spot at the right time.
Well, if you're Fort Valley, those are the guys that you're trying to go to. He and Senghor, trying to get those guys into the paint. Even Jackson, but you want him to get a high percentage shot and not take a 3. Just need a defensive stop here. I mean, like I said, they got plenty of time.
1:13 remaining. It's Poteet sitting on 21 points. Doucette guarding him. What a look to Kendall Johnson. Cash for Kendall.
Now, to his credit, he kept shooting the ball, but the person that set him up was Aldridge with the screen. Nice response. Nice response here by Fort Valley.
Diallo with a big bucket back-to-back for him. And it's just a 3-point game. But Shakur Poteet, a amazing pass.
So as you can see there, the screen by Aldridge was big. It was big for Johnson to give him the space that he needed. Boom, so Robinson couldn't recover out to the pass.
And that feels like that was a play call, right? Because Johnson is set up, Aldridge is there to set the screen, and execution is the key. And Johnson, who had struggled, he was 3 for 9 before that hit, hits the big one right there to give his team the lead. And now just trying to find a way to finish things off.
Yeah, that was misdirection action there, going to the other side, but the screen was big.
Next week, we have another doubleheader. It's Alabama A&M versus Alabama State, with the women's game starting at 1 Eastern, followed by the HBCU GO Sports Crossover Show, then the men's game at 3:30 Eastern. Still have 49.8 remaining. Man, still a lot of time left in this contest. Albany State trying to make it 17 wins on the season. That's a big number for them. Last time they won more than 17 games was back in the late 90s when they had 19 wins in 1998. So this would be a big one as they press forward, finishing off the season, seeding for the SIAC tournament, and really wanting to potentially either match Clark Atlanta or supersede them and win the SIAC East.
Now, help me understand, if they tie, who wins the tiebreaker?
Sometimes it's a share, so it would be a share of the SIAC East.
Yeah, but how does that going to work with the seeding?
Clark Atlanta and Albany State split their season meetings, so multiple tiebreakers go down.
Well, in the MEAC, I guess they used to do it by how you did against the winning programs.
The other programs.
Yeah, the winning programs, not just overall, but the winning programs. So I'm not sure if that's how they do it in the SIAC.
That usually is the second tiebreaker. 50.4 remaining. Johnson just gets it into Aldridge. A little press for Fort Valley State. There was no shot clock. And so now Albany State will have to re-inbound. The amount of time that had come off will have to be decided, and they'll only have that 5 seconds to get the ball into the front court. So that plays into the favor of Fort Valley as they try to force a turnover by Albany State.
I'm sure that wasn't by design that they wanted Diallo on Aldridge. This is probably a better matchup here. Just play solid because you're only down one possession.
And Deshaun Aldridge ripped Mike Robinson earlier in the possession. Now with 10 seconds on the shot clock, Albany State gets into their offense. With 6 seconds, it's Aldridge. Aldridge hanging, no good. Deep pass, Jalen Jackson scores! 1 point game.
Jackson was looking for the contact there. Glad he focused on at least finishing the shot, because sometimes guys are going to the basket. They're looking for the contact, and they don't finish the play.
And it's amazing that he didn't try to put somebody in the rim. And that's what Lawrencia, she said during the women's game. Sometimes you are searching for the contact and you miss the shot. He made the shot, but if you go at the player, you might get the contact you're looking for.
Like right there, Aldridge was looking for contact going to the basket. And it probably was some contact, just like it was contact here, but the officials have decided that they are not going to make those particular calls right now.
What a pass by the freshman Mike Robinson right into Jalen Jackson in stride. So Jackson now has 15 points. And once again, it's a 1 point game.
Good D and good look, as you said. So you got to give Mike Robinson credit. But man, that was a lot of contact.
5 on the floor, Cameron Evans, Deshaun Aldridge, Kendall Johnson, Shakur Poteet, and Blaze Wallace for Albany State. 16.6 remaining, and Cameron Evans can run the baseline, trying to get the basketball in.
Get a steal. If not, it's going to be a quick foul.
Doucette commits the foul. Aldridge.
No warm-ups. No warm-ups.
Spoken like a true coach.
No warm-ups.
Don't want to see the ball go down.
No, sir.
Before the free throw attempt.
You're not supposed to do that.
Aldridge, a perfect 8 for 8 from the free throw line to date. Shooting in the double bonus.
Big free throws here.
Aldridge, who's 2 for 10 from the field. It has not stopped him impacting his game. A couple rebounds, 3 steals as well. Now has 13 points.
Still a one-possession game, whether he makes it or whether he doesn't. Diallo talking to him on the free throw line.
Misses. 2-point game. Doucette is fouled. 8.6 remaining, and Coach Robinson was waving Doucette on. Could have called a timeout, but decided to have him push. And now Kyrus Doucette will shoot 2 free throws with a chance to tie.
Well, because he had the numbers, so it made sense. But at the same time, I mean, you got to get a shot off. I mean, he had the numbers. He even had my man trailing, Senghor trailing, with plenty of time left. Big shots.
First free throw was good for Kyrus Doucette. His first points of the overtime session. He's a 65% free throw shooter.
You got 2 guards for Albany that can get the ball down the floor fast, and Aldridge and Poteet.
Clutch for Kyrus Doucette. 2 timeouts for Albany State, 8.6 remaining, and we're tied at 75 in our first overtime session. Shakur Poteet comes across with 5. Poteet looks up with 3. Poteet the scoop, and it rolls off. Overtime number 2, here we come.
How fortunate are we? We get double overtime And the officials are looking at each other going, man, this isn't what we signed up for.
And everyone at home has signed up for some more basketball. This is not a bad look for Shakur Poteet. He's going to the rim. He has 21 points on the day. And it's just a tough opportunity as he went high off the glass.
I mean, I like the shot. I mean, they switched it up. Aldridge had one possession. I guess in regulation it was Wallace. And now Poteet takes his chance at it. And it wasn't a bad shot. He just, I mean, it was right there.
So, for Poteet, had just 2 points. And Deshaun Aldridge really started to flex his muscles in that first overtime session. He got his team out to a lead. Kendall Johnson hits the three. It's a 5-point game. But Fort Valley State never went away. And now another chance for Fort Valley to get this win at home. But now, as you get into the second overtime session as a coach, what are you telling your team?
I'm telling them to keep our energy up. That's important. You got to keep your energy up, and you can't be susceptible to the plays, meaning you can't get down. If they go up a couple buckets, you can't get down. You got to keep your energy and keep your foot on the pedal. But we still want to get good shots. I'm going to, if I'm Fort Valley State, I'm still going inside. I got 3 guys right now that are playing well in the post. And if I'm Albany, I got my 2 guys, Wallace and Poteet.
Fort Valley State wins the tip as we start overtime number 2. Top scorers on the day for Fort Valley State as clock has gone off down on one end, and the shot clock is turned off as well.
These clocks only are set for a certain amount of time, so if you keep going overtime, you're going to run the batteries down.
So they're down under the basket where the shot clock is turned off. It looks like somebody stepped on the cord, pulled the plug. And now our clock is back on for more action in Fort Valley, Georgia. (75-75). We're in OT number 2. The sold-out crowd continues to sit and take in this action. (12 seconds on the shot clock. Fort Valley State has to get going. Doucette gives down low to Diallo. Kicks out to Jackson. The extra pass to Marcus Scott. And it's good. Marcus Scott, the senior, on senior day, his second three-pointer.
Big basket, caught it in rhythm. He didn't rush it. They reversed the ball. And as I said, he caught it in rhythm. So you can't be mad at those shots.
Now Deshaun Aldridge, who was the king in the first overtime session, he's fouled. And he'll go back to the line.
Fort Valley State showing they went inside, playing inside, outside, and then moving the ball. We call it good, better, best.
Jalen Jackson picks up the foul. That's his 4th. Deshaun Aldridge back at the line where he's 9 for 10. He missed the second free throw, which left the door open in the first overtime session, but knocks down this one. And Aldridge continues to creep higher and higher on the scoring list for Albany State.
On one side, the guards are keeping Albany in the game, and on the other side, the forwards are doing the damage. Of course, Scott just added his to the bunch as well.
15 for Deshaun Aldridge, 1-point game as we go under 4 minutes to play in our second overtime session. 2 teams who know each other very well, who are not friends, but big-time foes. And the distance between these 2 schools is just 68 miles. Kyrus Doucette gets to the rim and scores.
Doucette kept the ball the entire possession that time. He was determined.
Kicks to Kendall Johnson. He had a big three in the overtime session to give his team a lead of 5, but Fort Valley State was able to get back. Johnson, another good look, this time money. And Kendall Johnson ties this contest.
Again, all you got to do is see that ball go in the hole one time, and it kind of opens up the floodgates. That's back-to-back threes for Johnson.
80 all. Doucette gives off to the freshman Robinson. 10 seconds to shoot now for Fort Valley State. Marcus Scott, no, but Sayer Senghor ends up with it for Fort Valley. He takes a jumper, and it falls.
Way to keep the ball active by Mike Robinson. But again, I didn't like the shot by Scott. That wasn't necessary. He made the shot before because he caught a rhythm shot. There you go, Diallo and Wallace getting tangled there.
And Blaze Wallace is grabbing at his neck. Wallace will go to the line. Blaze Wallace has also had a phenomenal basketball game. 19 points, 17 rebounds, one off a career high of 18, which he had last year versus Benedict. Free throw is good. Wallace 5 for 5 from the charity stripe. And the pendulum continues to swing back and forth between Fort Valley and Albany State.
I want to give the official credit there. He was standing there next to Diallo, clearly heard what he said. It didn't look like it was nice, and he didn't call a tech. So he let the young man blow off the steam and keep the game and let the players decide the victory.
21 points for Blaze Wallace to go along with those 17 boards. And now Doucette finds Jackson, and Wallace a career high 18 rebounds. 2:15 remaining, and Albany State is going to want a timeout. This timeout, Todd, I ask, as a head coach, is it more to give your team a chance to rest? Is it to set something up? Is it a little bit of both? How would you expect that?
No, you want to try to control it as much as you can as a coach. So that's why you call the timeout. We're gonna go to one of our money plays, one of the plays that we feel as a team. Because sometimes, you can talk to your players. They'll say, Coach, let's go to such and such. Let's run such and such, because they feel comfortable with that particular play. So that's what I'm looking to do if I'm Albany and I'm Coach Gales. I'm going to my money play here because I want to get a basket.
And here's a money player, Blaze Wallace. He's been magnificent all game. 21 points, 18 rebounds, and he might be a guy to go to in this situation.
Definitely might be a guy. He's been scoring inside and outside, and he's been making his free throws. So that obviously is going to play a factor here as well, because both teams have been fouling or giving their share fair fouls. So the free throw line, being able to be a good free throw shooter is important. Looks like they were trying to go to Blaze Wallace.
10 seconds on the shot clock now. Aldridge kicks to Kendall Johnson. He's short. Wallace with the rebound, score, and Albany State is in front by 2.
Got to him anyway, regardless. Even though the play was designed for him, they didn't get it to him in the post. He steps up, and he's the guy that delivered for him.
23 points, 19 rebounds. Kyrus Doucette slips right in thanks to a little box out by Sayer Senghor, and we're tied at 84.
Almost looked like the same action, same play, right?
10 points for Kyrus Doucette. He goes into double figures, and we go to 1:20 to play. Aldridge steps back, an air ball, and
that was ill-advised, as you can see right there with Coach Gales. You don't need hero plays. You need plays like this where guys are going downhill. My man Doucette looked like he just pressed rewind, ran the same action.
So now we go under a minute to play in the contest. We're in overtime number 2. Doucette had the last bucket, has the big man on him. The mismatch is down low to Senghor, but now Marcus Scott has 10 to shoot. Lets it go. No.
I'm giving that ball to Senghor down there in the post. I'm giving him that ball. I'm sorry. I mean, he was post. He had the man on his back. The rule is if you can see his numbers, he got to get the ball.
So Deshaun Aldridge in no rush. Tie ball game. Aldridge right to Wallace. Scores! Plus the foul. Oh, check that. Timeout on the outside. So the bucket counts, and coach calls timeout.
Yeah, there was some confusion there. There was some confusion there on the pick and roll.
So, a bucket for Blaze Wallace, and Albany State is in front.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta. What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first. You're high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Blaze Wallace puts his team in front by getting to the basket.
Well, first of all, OT, that was dangerous, him there making that push, but clearly the play was designed for Blaze Wallace. I mean, he's their guy. He's the leading scorer. He gets a high percentage shot, so it only makes sense that they go to him.
And Blaze Wallace, 25 and 19 today. Sayer Senghor coming the other way. No. Was there a foul called under the basket? Yes. So Senghor will go to the line with a chance to tie. Foul goes on Wallace.
I like the aggressiveness, though. Big fella takes it to the basket, and he did foul him. He did foul him. Now we got to convert to 2 free throws.
And these players have been clutch from the line in these moments. Senghor knocking down the free throw. He now has 17, and he shoots his free throws at 73%. This is the big one. And he misses. Jackson can't grab the rebound, but now a chance for Fort Valley to take the lead and win. Down by 1. 10 seconds remaining. Doucette slithers into the lane. He's blocked by Wallace, but a foul.
He's been dialing that action up consistently here in the second half. Got a chance to put this game, or give them the lead anyway. It doesn't necessarily put the game out of reach, because we've seen that here 2 games in a row.
So Doucette, you see some body contact low, because Wallace got the ball up top. And Kyrus Doucette goes to the line with a chance to give his team the lead. Doucette shooting 2. Misses the first.
Pressure.
A 65% free throw shooter. Everyone in the building is on their feet. Makes the second. We are tied at 86. We're in overtime number 2. This has been a wonderful contest. Neither side giving an inch. And you can see Doucette is not too happy with himself after missing that first one. But right now with 5.4, an opportunity for Albany State's on the road. And it could be Poteet, it could be Aldridge. You got to get up the floor. Plenty of time to get up the floor with 5.4.
Definitely plenty of time to get up the floor. We actually used to drill this to show the players because sometimes they don't believe it, but you can actually go from free throw line to free throw line in 4 seconds. So with 5 seconds, I'm looking at Poteet or Aldridge, as you said, either one of them. And the thing is that you should go attack the basket because as a defender, you don't want to foul. So that's what I'm looking for here in this possession.
5.4 remaining. Albany State in possession. Kendall Johnson will trigger it. On the floor with him, Cameron Evans, Jashawn Aldridge, Shakur Poteet, and Blaze Wallace. Ball comes in to Aldridge with 2, and the ball slips through Wallace's hands.
He was open too. I'm surprised Wallace saw him. I mean, not Wallace, Aldridge. I'm surprised he saw him. But Wallace was open down there. This was a little bit too much on it for him. Now with .9, you actually can catch and shoot this.
.9 remaining.
No, don't throw it right there.
And rather than take a shot or just throw up a wild shot, Fort Valley State's going to go into overtime number 3.
Yeah, that was, I don't know what he was doing right there. I don't know why he would throw that ball right into the man, right in bounds.
So, more basketball upcoming. And this was off 3 hands. The last set of hands was Blaze Wallace. OT number 3 on the horizon.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Catch all the laughs here on the GO Classics. The Jeffersons.
Oh, hi.
Sanford and Son.
You big dummy.
Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Willis?
The Cosby Show.
Absolutely.
227.
Mary.
Good Times.
Dynamite.
Old friends. Lots of laughs.
I think we died and went to heaven.
So watch the GO for timeless comedy. Check local listings.
Time for overtime number 3 in Fort Valley, Georgia. And here's how overtime number 2 ended. Jashawn Aldridge was looking for Blaze Wallace, and the ball just scooted through a couple of hands.
Give Aldridge credit. He saw him, but like you said, a couple hands got on the ball, so it kind of changed the path a little bit. But that's the guy to go to. I can't imagine he would not have finished that play had he caught it there. That was the dunker spot in the short corner.
Aldridge has 15 points on the day. He now has 4 personal fouls, which is something to note. 4 personal fouls for Marcus Scott, 4 Fort Valley, and 4 for Jalen Jackson. Sayer Sanghor wins the tip, and Fort Valley State is in possession.
Do they hold off the parties, the homecoming parties, or do they start them and just, what do they do?
No one has left, so I don't know if there's going to be any punch or anything like that ready to go. As Jackson with a super move, but couldn't finish.
I like the high percentage shot, though. I'm going to always be for that. I mean, you're going to make some, you're going to miss some.
Poteet stopped by Sanghor. Now to Wallace, who leads all scorers with 25. Wallace working on the glass. No. Rebounded by Kyrus Doucette. Marcus Scott's fading. No. And as you see these shots starting to come up short, legs going to be an issue. Shakur Poteet thought about the 3. Now Cameron Evans gets into the lane, and he scores.
You're right, James. And heavy legs at this point in time.
At the end of the regulation, it was 63-63. End of OT number 1, 75-75. at the end of OT number 2, 86-86. Marcus Scott, the step, and the splash. Legs look good on that one for the senior from Hinesville, Georgia.
Yes, got those feet set and took the side step. Those are the ones you drill and you practice, that side step.
9 points for Marcus Scott. Kendall Johnson can't score one, right back at him. And Jalen Jackson calmly waits for Deshaun Aldridge to run around him.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of those particular shots in that situation. You know, because you can get a rhythm shot. There's no reason to rush it.
Doucette, the drop off to Diallo. And Hassan Diallo extends the lead for Fort Valley State, now 17 points for the sophomore.
Nice play by the young fella. Yeah, Jackson telling Aldridge to shoot it. Jackson saying no, he don't want none of that.
Dead ball, now Deshaun Aldridge with 10 remaining. Aldridge gets Doucette on the ground. The score, Blutz, an offensive foul. Deshaun Aldridge, day is done with 15 points.
Fort Valley going on their little run here. First by Scott with the sidestep 3, just like you practiced. And then the drop off by Doucette to Diallo. Go ahead and eat, big fella. Then on the defensive end with the switch, I don't know. My name's Bennett, I ain't in it. So I don't know.
Fort Valley State clinging to a 3-point lead. Marcus Scott pounds with Cameron Evans in front of him. Fort Valley State trying to go above 500 in conference play. Doucette throws close towards us. Scott rolls up to grab the pass. And
I thought he was passing it to me, first of all. But Scott did a great job catching that. I'm surprised he caught that ball. I'm absolutely surprised he caught that ball. But he caught it and came down with it. He just wasn't able to hold it.
Yeah, Scott at 5'10", and that's a generous 5'10" from the roster. Shakur Poteet going right at Doucette. No. Wallace with his 20th rebound. Can't finish.
Hey, listen, these officials, they are people too. They want to get they are not blowing that whistle.
Sanghor sees his shot roll out. Malik Johnson is in now because Deshaun Aldridge fouled out. And with 1:30 remaining, still a one-possession game. Who's going to take over now with the PG out for Albany State? Kendall Johnson, why not?
No, he can't. You can't. Sanghor played that wrong. He can't play him like he playing Aldridge because he's a shooter. You can't do that.
Kendall Johnson from distance, his 5th made 3. 18 points now for him, and we are tied at 91 with 1:26 remaining.
It's game day, B.
I know that's right. This is how we do sports.
HBCU GO doesn't just cover it, we own it. Welcome to HBCU GO's pregame show. We're here to get you lit.
Period. Whether on your phone or TV screen, HBCU GO makes it easy to never miss a moment.
This ain't just sports.
It's culture amplified.
Alabama A&M takes on Alabama State Saturday, March 1st, starting 1 noon Central.
Howdy, welcome to Dallas.
Okay, Atlanta.
What's up, Philly?
Hi there, Phoenix.
Here's a look at our 5-day forecast, and it doesn't look too bad.
Here are some of your top stories from Cheddar News on Local Now.
NBC News exclusive you will see here first. Here high above Hollywood.
Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Tied at 91. Stop me if you heard this before. Tie ball game between Fort Valley State and Albany State. We're in overtime number 3. mentioned, at the end of regulation, it was 63-63. At the end of overtime number 1, 75-75. And coming into overtime number 3, it was 86-86. A minute 26 remaining, and Fort Valley State is in possession, trying to give these hometown fans something to be excited about on spring homecoming. Malik Johnson, who does not play a lot, guarding Kyrus Doucette. Does well defensively. Now Diallo gives off to Scott. Scott is bumped. And for Blaze Wallace, that's his 3rd foul. So Marcus Scott will go to the free throw line. And Lawrencia Moten has more on this very energetic and emotional matchup.
You took the words right out of my mouth, James. I was able to listen into Fort Valley's huddle, and Coach Robinson asked his team very, very aggressively, how bad do you want it? He told them, everyone is tired. This is what we worked for. They then did a chant and repeat. When he asked how bad you want it, they said real bad. So I'm expecting them to show how bad they want it now.
Marcus Scott goes 2 for 2 from the line. He now has 11 points, and coaching so key in these moments down the stretch. Coach Robinson trying to appeal to the emotion of his team to then get that execution. Now they want to get a defensive stop, up by 2 as we go under a minute to play.
Battle of wills here. That's all it is.
Shakur Poteet, who has not scored in this overtime session. Kendall Johnson, who has 9 points in these OT sessions, thought about that 3. Now Malik Johnson is sent packing by Hassan Diallo.
Hassan Diallo has been showing off here this afternoon. That's his 6th block shot. He has put a cap on that basket at times during this contest. I see Senghor, Coach Robinson clearly made sure he understood that you can't play off of Johnson like that.
Hassan Diallo fouls Cameron Evans, and now Evans will go to the line to shoot 2 with a chance to tie this contest.
Not just going off, getting off his feet. Got to stay on the ground there, close out with a high hand. Put the big fella in a situation right there.
First free throw just finds the bottom for Cameron Evans. He shoots his free throws at 72%, and this to tie. No good. Ripped down by Diallo. Shot clock and game clock differed by about 7 seconds. And Albany State looks like they're going to play this out defensively. Doucette with Johnson on him.
Yeah, this is a different situation.
Jackson for 3. No. A quick shot and a chance for Albany State to win.
Yeah, see, that's situational basketball. There wasn't no need for that shot right there. See, I was getting ready to explain that this is a different situation, a different scenario than we've had so far because it wasn't a tie ball game. So why do you take a shot like that? Why you could take the shot clock all the way down to 6. I mean, it was a 6 difference, 6.6 second difference in the shot clock and the game clock. Yeah, that wasn't good situational basketball there. And Coach Robinson showed that wasn't what he had designed.
So now with 13.7 seconds remaining, Albany State has a chance to lead and leave as victors. In this situation, you have a guy like Shakur Poteet who hasn't scored in the overtime session, but now we see Fort Valley State on the offensive end.
Yeah, and it wasn't a rhythm shot. Didn't have to take that shot. Falling away, feet not set. But hey, it happens.
Now you have to defend if you're Fort Valley. Albany State has plenty of options on the offensive end. Although Poteet has not scored in the overtime sessions, he has 21 on the day. Blaze Wallace has 25 and 24 rebounds, which is unthinkable. And He, along with Poteet, are both on the floor. Kendall Johnson has been clutch in these overtime sessions. 9 of his 18 points have come since regulation. Cameron Evans and Malik Johnson are the two that finish things off.
Poteet, I'm seeing him get the ball off to Wallace.
Wallace gives to Johnson. Johnson lets it go. Sanghor grabs down the rebound, and the foul is on Blaze Wallace. Patrick Doyle is infuriated with no call here down low.
Definitely was some contact. You could go either way with the call. There definitely was some contact there. But you still got to make these free throws because there's plenty of time left. Need both of these and a stop.
First free throw falls for Sanghor. .2 remain. This to make it a 3-point game. Good. No timeouts for Albany State. Need 3 to tie. Poteet gets it on the run.
And this is a situation where you can foul.
3
you can
seconds.
Foul here.
Poteet gets it off. And the bank shot falls off. Fort Valley State victorious over Albany State. The final 95-92. Here's the final shot for Poteet. As you mentioned, Todd, they could have fouled, decided not to, and Shakur Poteet could not finish, and Albany State has to go back. And Fort Valley State's victorious. Here is your Verizon Player of the Game. Hassan Diallo, 17 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 blocks. And a big win against a team near the top of the SIAC East. Next week is another doubleheader, Alabama A&M versus Alabama State with Lawrencia Moten and Todd Bozeman and my entire HBCU GO crew. I'm James Hadnot saying good night from Fort Valley.
That was close.
Downey Unstoppables. This is how we HBCU.
We don't wait for moments to express who we are. We create our own. By showing up like only we can. That's how we make every moment ours. Because the more we come together, the more we create together. Shop the Black History Month collection now at target.com/blackbeyondmeasure.
The best free streaming service is here. Local Now has everything you need with the channels you love.
This is a game changer.
Local news, national news, TV, and more. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Channel 1 Rife Channel. Channel 1 Rife Channel. Channel 1 Rife Channel. Channel 1 Rife Channel. Channel 1 Rife Channel.